Or if you want to like not hit them or whatever, like it's like make them do like exercises. I've seen people do that. They would like make their kids like sit on the wall or on something for
Right.
like a minute or something, so it
Yeah.
doesn't like yeah. So like, and if you
Yeah.
don't want to hit your kid, I'm pretty sure that's probably the closest thing to hitting. Maybe yeah, making them sit on like do wall sits. That yeah, because my niece and nephew, their parents don't really like hitting them. Well, my sister, she doesn't like hitting her kids, so she makes them do wall sits and stuff.
Yeah. So I don't know if you heard of this YouTube channel, but I think his name is Prison Doctor, and he doesn't, hit the kids because they're not his kids, but he has a perfect way of disciplining the child without any violence and without like it being too gentle that the kid just was like whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, I do appreciate you coming up today
Thank you.
and for saying stuff that people are afraid to admit because kids are bad, and I don't know why it's so hard to understand that.
Yeah. Well, thank
Okay,
you for.
what'd you say?
I, I, I said thank you for having me.
Oh, okay. All right. You're welcome. Goodbye. Okay, so Leah, can you unmute or you're gonna get someone else up?
No, I can unmute.
Okay, so do you know how to read, first of all?
Yeah, I know how to read. Kids don't belong in public.
Okay, can you read, have you read the description while you were waiting or no?
Yes, screaming, hitting, breaking, stealing, biting.
Okay, great. So, do you disagree?
Do I disagree? I don't really understand your statement. Like, don't belong in public. Like, kids can't be in public at all, or like kids can't act up in. From what I've heard your conversation, because I just kind of joined in the middle of your guys'
Okay.
conversation.
Well, the description says that most kids. So I'm only talking about most kids that do those things in the description, which will equal
Hmm.
being disobedient. So kids who act like those things in the description shouldn't be
Hmm.
out and about and affecting other people because that's not their child.
Oh, I 100% agree. Because the actions that kids portray in public starts at home. It always starts at
Exactly.
home.
Yeah, it does.
I think it always starts at home because some people have this notion of gentle parenting. I'm Hispanic, so I come from a household that does not believe in gentle parenting. It believes in if your child is disobedient, you hit them. It was something normal in the 1980s, 1990s, in many Latin countries, El Salvador, Mexico, Honduras, Guatemala. But now here in the US, if you see a parent hitting another child, that's called domestic A, and you can go to child services for that. They take your children away. So I do agree with the statement that some kids don't belong in public, should not go to public. Any type of kid locations who act these certain acts that you just listed should not be in public. Why? Because not only does it affect others, but also um, it actually it actually normalizes these children to act like that. Not
Yeah, it
only
does.
at public spaces, but at schools,
Exactly.
school, daycare, any type of kid-related locations. When kids start to act like this, parents normalize that. Some parents love to normalize that. They have this ideology, not this idea of like, I want to let my kid be because they're just kids. People have this phrase of
Exactly.
kids be kids. No, not kids that be kids. Everything that they act upon starts at home. Action speaks louder than words. And if a parent just allows kids to act those things, it will be so normalized that other individuals, other kids will think it's also normal as well. Because at the end of the day, we're all influenced by other people. We can't, like, some part of our lives, some part of our actions are influenced by other people. So if kids see other kids acting like that, they will be influenced as well because they will assume that's normalized.
Yes, I 100% agree with you. And yesterday, you should have came yesterday because those are exactly what I was talking about. But people just wasn't getting that part. So I'm glad that you came up today.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, you have a great night.
You too.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll put up the next guest. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hi. I'm just gonna ask you two questions, all right? Okay.
What's your question?
My questions are, do you know how to read?
I mean, I would hope so.
Do you?
Yes, I do know how to read.
Okay, and did you read the description?
Yes,
Okay, so do you agree or disagree with the topic?
I disagree.
Okay, why so?
Because not most kids do these things in public. Some kids do this because of how they were taught or like how they were treated at home. Some kids, for the screaming and the biting part, what age of kids are you talking about?
Between 3 and 17.
17 is not a kid. They're teens. The age range from 10 is a kid. So you're not really right about that part. They do those things for certain types of attention if they're needing something or if their demands are not met, you know? Do you understand that?
No, I
Yes,
don't.
no? What do you not understand about that?
So, just because you have some type of issue going on with yourself, in like screaming,
They are
hitting.
children, they do not understand that.
Hold on, let me finish. So, just because you have an issue with yourself doesn't mean it's okay to scream, hit, bite, steal, and yeah, that doesn't mean that's okay to do.
Do kids understand that?
Whether they understand to the fullest extent, I feel
I'm
like they.
asking you.
Who are
Yes
you
or no?
asking?
I'm asking you instead of whether this or that this. It's a yes or no question.
Well, it's really never a yes or no question when it comes down to something like
Well, I need to
this.
get yes or no answer. I'm asking you, do
Well,
kids
I
know
can't
this? Do
answer
kids
that.
understand this? You
I can't
can. It's a
answer
yes or no
that.
question. You can answer that.
Okay, so
Whatever.
Lovely, before you say anything else, I feel like that you're going to waste my time because you're not giving me a chance to explain. So before we continue with this, when you ask me a question, okay, it might not exactly not line up with you. But since it's me, I'm allowed to answer however, okay? And if you don't agree with that, that's completely fine, but I'm not going to go back and forth with you over something
Then
like
don't go
this.
back and forth with me. You can answer me.
Okay, no, you can get down and not come back up. Hey, oh, hi. Hey again. Raise your hand besides the two little boys who's been raising their hands if you would like to come up. Between 9 and 12 months of age, babies, kids begin to understand the word no. Yeah, I would somewhat agree. I think that's what she was trying to say is they don't understand the full extent, which is true. But they can have an understanding, a little bit of an understanding of what is right and what is wrong. Like I understood that many kids know right and wrong. In fact, let me invite a kid up and ask him a couple questions about that.
Wait, Lady, like, is she still here or no?
No, she's not. Hello.
About that.
Hello.
Hi, but what do you want me to answer about that? Isn't it
I
my
want you
fault?
to answer. So, first of all, are you comfortable with telling how old you are?
Yes, but not that comfortable.
What?
Okay. Are you under the age of 13?
Mm, I'm a little bit. No, I'm 6.
Okay. So, can you tell me I'm gonna ask you a couple questions, and can you tell me if it's right or wrong? Okay.
Okay.
So, is screaming right or wrong?
That's right, but most kids do not scream.
Okay. Is hitting right and wrong?
It's wrong.
Is breaking right or wrong?
Wrong.
Is stealing right or wrong?
Wrong.
And is biting right and wrong or wrong?
Wrong.
Okay, so you agreed that most things that I've listed that most kids do is wrong, and you're only 6.
Yes.
So if she was still here, it would disprove her point
Yeah,
of
but
them.
I'm a listening kid. I don't do those things.
That's awesome. You don't do those things. Yeah, because you understand to a certain extent that it's wrong to do those things. Right, exactly. Okay, well, I do appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Kids act up because some parents don't know. Yeah, that is where it's coming from. That's where it's coming from. And they don't know how to stop it, so they don't control it. And then when they become an adult, they act worse. So why not try everything to change their behavior? Yep. Okay. So I guess we'll wait for more people to join while we, or I'll just be right here. Okay. Oh, there's somebody right here. Does it say talkies? Hello. Talkies back up. Are you going to unmute or no?
Low key, I low key think the kids don't belong in public, but then at the same time, I do think they belong in public.
Okay, well, before, do you want to have a conversation or no?
Sure,
Okay, can you turn down the background noise, please?
sure. Okay.
Okay, do you know how to read and did you read the description?
Yes, I do. Most kids don't belong in public. Not at all.
Oh, you can hear that.
Yes,
Okay. So, can you explain why you kind of agree?
because some kids low key are weird. Not saying, well, from experience, they are weird. From other kids' experiences, they are been weird. Um, like there's one reason. For one, kids in school, a lot could happen in a public school. And kids on kids is like, with that whole thing, a bunch of kids and stuff, low key, a lot could happen with these little kids or older kids. People can be selling things that they're not supposed to. They could be fighting, which leads to isolation and stuff like that. Um, Lots of intimate things that kids are not supposed to be doing are doing that in school as well. So, and like things could also happen between parents and kids, leading them to not being public. So yeah, that's one of the reasons. Those are the reasons why I agree.
Well, those are a lot of good reasons on why most kids shouldn't be in public because of the things that you've listed. And yeah, so you do kind of agree, which is great. Um,
Yeah,
so what do you think could help these kids?
going to Loki, going to therapy should be good for them. Going to a hospital so they could get better help. They should go to mental hospitals to fix them.
Well,
Um,
uh, I don't think that will help the child. Maybe therapy,
Therapy
like
is
getting a
fine.
therapist to like see like what is wrong with them, like if they have any mental disorders. But, sending them to a mental facility, I don't feel like those things help people. I feel like it makes them more depressed or more violent because they're around people with the same things instead of people who are considered average. But that's a different topic. So, yes, going to therapy could help understand why the child's really acting like this, but I don't think it's going to help the child stop.
You're right.
So, and let me answer this guy's question. If they can't be in public, should they be trapped in the house all day? Now, if the description would have allowed me to put like not 24/7, I would have. But I just want these kids who act like this to be in their house until they learn how to behave. So this is not like an all day type of thing because I don't think it takes a whole 24 hours for someone to correct their behavior as a child.
All right, so I got a question. Let's say
What?
your parents. I have a question. Can I ask
How
my
are
question?
you? How are you? Oh, how are you?
You're not
Yes, you
saying
can
that.
ask.
All right, cool. So let's say before you were born, your parents were terrible kids. Let's say they were terrible kids, and let's say they never got better, right? And they was always in the house, and not like always. Like they would go to school, but that was it. They would just go to school and come home. Occasionally they'd go to the doctor or whatever. You really think that they would turn out any better if they was in the house all day learning nothing? Because, bro, you trapping a kid in the house that's like acting bad and all that. Putting them in a house or giving them therapy. Therapy is gonna help them, yeah. I don't know what the other person was talking about, a mental hospital. That's crazy. But
Well,
I don't think
leather.
that like I don't think that putting them not having them be in public is gonna help the situation. I mean, I get what you're saying. Kids gonna do bad things, but that's what they have parents for, and the kids that don't have parents, hopefully adopted parents that's better than the original ones, so they can learn off them and not make the same mistakes that other people have made. Also, I got a warning. If that makes sense, I'm
Yeah,
hoping it does.
not really, because you putting them in public where they're doing these things is not going to correct their behavior because you're not taking them away. You're not taking them away to think about what they actually done. So when you put a child in the house because they exhibit those behaviors in the description in their room, okay, it's going to make them think because there's no other thing going on besides them. So they're going to think like, why am I in my room? Why is all my electronics taken away? And why is my mom saying that I'm being bad? So, and there's not going to be any distractions. So they're going to sit and realize that they were a problem. So that's what I'm talking
What
about.
if they don't
And
change?
it shouldn't take 24 hours for a child to realize that they are a problem when there's no other distractions. So
What if they
that's,
don't like? What if they don't learn? What if they would prefer to actually be taught to instead of just getting put in a room for like however long you're thinking about doing that?
well, I don't think a
Because I've
child,
had the same.
well, I don't think a child has a preferred way to be disciplined unless they're like older.
Some
So
ways work better than certain ones, and I'm saying that
yeah,
putting a kid in a room is that doesn't work for everyone. So it'd just be better. I say it'd be better if you just talk to their kid first, in which if you have kids, you'll probably understand. Because I mean, I don't, so I can't be talking about that either. But if I think it'd be a better idea if you just talk to your child first, figure out what's going on. You talk to them, you dissect the problem, see if you can fix it. You can take their PlayStation or whatever. You only gotta lock them in their room, but take away certain things, and then if it keeps happening, then you can up the punishment, I guess, until it
yeah,
gets to
but
disciplinary actions.
yeah, I forgot to say that this is like a last discipline action. So obviously, if your kid is like screaming, hitting, breaking, stealing, being violent, obviously just talking to them isn't going to help the situation. So I'm only looking at the kids who do the things that are in the description. Because if they're not doing those things, maybe talking to them would help their actions improve. But if they're already being violent and stealing, I don't think that is going to help with you just talking to them.
I said some kids learn differently than others. And also, you skipped over 2 people. They have 9 and 8 minutes.
Well, because they're little children. So they don't, I guess they're just raising their hand just to raise their hands. So,
I mean, can you get the other dude up here too, just so it's...
sure, I will. And I'll get you down.
All right. So
Okay.
you're saying, let me kind of.
But wait, before you say anything, I just want to ask you 2 questions. Just 2 questions, okay?
Go ahead.
So first, do you know how to read?
Obviously, yes.
And have you read the description?
Obviously, yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So, what did you have to ask me?
No, sorry, I'm just baffled by what you just asked me. Anyway, no. So first off, if a kid is doing those 4 things and they're already violent like that, locking them in a room where they're supposed to, or a household where they're supposed to feel safe, they're supposed to feel comfortable, isn't a good way of going about it. There's different ways you could do that, and I do think talking to them is a first standpoint on everything. It doesn't matter if they do those 4 things or if they've done those things multiple times. Talking to them is still getting to them and seeing where their mindset is at so you can determine the best route of action. Locking somebody in their room and taking away all their electronics and just keeping them there and all this stuff, I feel like that's more neglect towards facing the issue. You have to expose a individual or a child to new things for them to be able to learn. You can't just lock them in a room. If they're doing bad things, and let's say you drive and you live in a city, right? In the city, he is being exposed to, bad things, I don't know how to say this without getting banned, but I'm just going to say it, drugs, and other things like that. Obviously, locking them in their room is only going to make them more rebellious, and they're going to running away to, distance themselves from you. So the best option to do is to take them away from that city life and give them somewhere where they have to work to go see people. They have to work to go do the things that they were originally doing, and adds more steps for them to be able to do the things that they want to do. So they'll be able to start resorting to different things. A change of scenery is always going to be able to change a person's mindset and a person's opinion and what to do, right? I feel like that's the best way to do things. Like if I had a kid and I lived in the
I just
city
want
and they were
to
doing
just
those things,
respond
I wouldn't
to
lock them.
some of your
lock them
points
in their
before you say
bedroom
anything
and
else.
wait until. Say it again.
I would like to respond to a lot of things you've just said before you continue with another example.
Go ahead. Sure.
Okay, great. So as you've been saying, changing of the scenery would help, but that's exactly what is being done. That's why
No, it's not.
specifically, well, let me explain. Well, that's why I specifically asked you if you knew how to read, because being in public versus your house, that's a different scenery.
You could still be in public and still be in your house.
I've never said that.
But that's what you're insinuating by saying that.
Well, I'm telling you I didn't mean it like that, and I've never said that. So,
Right.
again, it is a different scenery that's going on, okay? And if they're exhibiting these behaviors out in public, for one, it should be nobody else's problem to deal with besides you, the parent, okay?
What did I say? It's
So,
going to be somebody else's issue.
well, if you said letting them out, it's another, to get some type of feel, to try another route along those lines. That's something you said.
Yeah, okay. But I never said that it was somebody else's issue. What I did say is
No,
I said
I
that I would
didn't.
remove
No,
them from the
I didn't
situation
say
they're
that
in.
you
Let's say it's a city
said
life
that.
that's like that. If I remove them from a city life and bring them into a smaller
Yeah, I know.
town
I know
where
that's
there's
what you
still
said.
people to hang
Yeah.
around, but it would take more steps for them to get the
Okay, so
to get
instead
the drugs.
of saying the same thing, because I've heard you said that, I already said I
Sure.
didn't tell you that you said that. I'm just mentioning something. So, again.
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to
So,
upset you.
okay. So, and also, I feel like I probably have to put this in the description because 2 people think this doesn't happen. When I'm saying to put them will just leave them in their house until they learn how to behave to be out in public again. Obviously, you will communicate with your child. That would probably be the first thing you do on their behavior. So I'm not saying just lock them in the room, take all their electronics away. You're obviously going to have to explain why you're doing that. So
Okay.
that's what will have to
Can
be
I ask you a
part of the
question?
situation. Okay, but that will be a part of the situation too. So,
Okay.
yeah. What's the question?
Okay, so let's say they do something bad. You put them in their room, you take out all their electronics, forcefully or not. They start arguing with you, you start arguing with them, you raise your voice towards them, you tell them exactly why they're in their room. You close that door, you walk out. They try to leave. What are you going to do?
They try to exit
Well,
the room.
obviously if they try to exit the room and they try to leave the house because of the fact that they do not agree with the way that you were doing things. What do you do?
So they're throwing a temper tantrum.
How old is this
Then
kid that you're in this scenario?
okay, so let me just say something real fast before you ask me any more of these questions. I'm not here to answer what ifs. Okay? I'm
Okay,
not gonna
that's
talk.
that's not
I'm
what's
not
going
gonna.
on.
But I'm not gonna give you an exact example because it's not an exact example you can just go off of. Because a kid might act like that, but a kid might not act like that. It might be 7, it might be 9, it might be 10, it might be 3. Okay, so that's why I just put it in
So you're
this.
gonna lock your 5-year-old kid in a bedroom
It's not
when they're
just me,
doing
because
something bad?
hold on, it's not just me because my kid wouldn't be acting like this. That's why I asked if you can
There's
read
no
the
way you can just
description.
say that because you can't guarantee that your kid's gonna act like that. At one point, your kid's
Okay,
gonna
but I
scream. At one point,
understand
your
that.
kid's gonna hit things.
But okay,
At one point, your kid might try to steal something. I can't guarantee that, but they will hit. They will scream. They will be upset.
okay, I need you to understand what I'm saying. Okay,
I'm
because
trying. You are
everything.
really.
Because hold on, everything that you're just spewing stuff out, and then I answer, and as soon as you feel like I'm like incorrect, you immediately cut me off just to say what you got to say. Because I didn't do that to you.
Okay. All right.
Okay?
Say.
So again, I'm going to actually look at the description. So this child that is most children, okay, they're not going to be doing the exact same thing, okay? When they throw a temper tantrum. It might consist of the same thing, but every child doesn't do the exact same system. So I can't answer that question over something I don't even have yet and over children that all act differently. Okay? Obviously, if they're exhibiting these behaviors, talking to them is not going to help the situation. You would need
How's it not?
to. Okay, so
Can you
let's
put
see.
Leather up here, please? I'll just
No,
mute and let him talk.
he asked for you to come up, so you guys can't both
I'll
be
just
up.
mute.
No, I'm going to just continue with you for a second.
Okay.
Okay, so if we're dealing with a child like this who's screaming, hitting, breaking, stealing, and biting,
And there's
obviously
not biting up there.
can you click on read more?
Oh, number 5. Oh my goodness. There's
Okay,
biting.
see,
My
this is
bad.
exactly what I talk about. Luke, you just immediately cut me off.
Dude, it's literally one thing. It's biting. Okay.
Okay, so let's see. All right. Anyways, obviously, if your child's got to this point, all the disciplines is out of the door. Telling them
Okay,
no,
so
explaining,
can I ask you a
just
question so I
simply
can understand a little bit
no,
more?
simply explaining is not going to help the child if they're doing things like this. You need
Can I
to
ask
try
you a
it.
question?
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to everyone else on the stage that's able to talk to me back.
I'm doing the same thing because you're not even listening to what I'm saying, like
Okay.
whatsoever. So I'm just going to continue to talk to people instead of
Can you
the
please put
person who's
Leather
up.
up? I would like to go down now.
Okay, go down.
Swap me out with him.
No, I'm not going to let him out right now. So again, when your child's put in a situation like this, talking is not going to help. just simply talking to the child. And when they're in a situation like this, they're obviously not just going to get thrown in their bedroom and nothing's explained to them. Obviously, you have to explain why they're misbehaving. All right. Hello.
All right, so you finished. So I just have a quick question.
Sure.
So, like you said, you would put your kid like in a room and you would let them just
No,
think about
this
what they
is,
done.
I don't have a kid. So I
No,
can't talk about my future kid because my kid don't act like this. I don't feel like my kid will act like this. I'm talking about the kids that already exist today who act like this.
okay. So, okay. So let's say some parent puts their kid in a room, no electronics on, all that. This just sounds like you're grounding your child. Like this just sounds like that. Am I wrong at all? This
It's
just
a
sounds like you're grounding your child.
whatever the case may be, it's a form of discipline.
So I just want to say, instead of wording it of kids don't belong in public, you could just say grounding your kids should be longer because basically what we're all talking about at this point, it just sounds like you just want people's kids to be grounded longer when they're doing clearly bad things.
When did I say longer?
I'm just, nah, because it's just the way it just sounds like that. It's just what it sounds, because literally what we're talking about, it just sounds like you want people to ground their kids longer. And when I say longer, I don't know how long you think, but like the way you have it worded, it looks like you just want people's kids to just not learn, bro. Because it just you want
I'm
people's kids to
glad.
like learn from being trapped in their room. In which if they're trapped in their house, I mean. But the way it looks like you want kids to be trapped in their room.
Well, I'm glad you changed your mind between what you
No, I
said
don't.
and yeah, because before you were like, "Oh, why would you do that? Like that is cruel," and now you're saying, "Oh, you're talking about grounding." So you did
Because
change
that's
up.
literally what this sounds like. Because look, I was
No,
listening to what y'all
you
saying. The
already
way you
explained it.
worded
Please don't
it.
explain it again. You already explained
All
it
right, cool.
twice. Okay, so it could be grounding, but grounding, that is, I don't feel like that works because they only have a couple amount of days, and then it doesn't even matter if the child's changed their behavior. It's just when the days are up, they're able to go back out. I'm saying keep the child inside your house because it's no one else's problem besides yours until you see improvement. But if you don't, then don't let them back out. It's not in a bunch of, it could consist of days, it could not, but it's not just, oh, you got 3 days to act good. It's until you see them acting good, you let them out. That's all. So it's not really grounding.
When you ground your child, grounding your child doesn't last just a couple days. It can last a couple weeks. It can last a month.
Yeah, but
It
it's
could
an
last a
exact
year.
amount.
Hold on. Because I did genuinely let you finish your statement. It could last a year. I talked to a police officer and she told me that her daughter was grounded for a year. So I'm just saying,
I don't really
the way
care.
you're wording this, some kids will. Hold on, I have to do a couple things.
So grounding means you have an exact amount. This is not an exact amount until you see improvement. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
And
Can I just ask you a couple questions before you begin?
okay, sure.
Did you read the topic?
The one in the description, right?
Both.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so what were you trying to say?
Um, I disagree, right? Because if you're claiming that most kids don't belong in public because they scream, hit, break, steal, or bite, I feel like while that is true for some kids, I don't think the majority of kids do that in public.
Okay. So I guess we're not going to argue back and forth over the exact amount. So do you think there are kids that act like this?
Yes.
So what do you think should be done to those kids?
They should be disciplined.
Okay, so what form of discipline that you think would be fit for a kid that screams, hits, bites, steals, and be disrespectful?
Maybe a stern talking to, or I guess just like discussions, grounding. There's usually a list, but like you should just like start off with a talk and then take certain things away from them so they could understand that their actions have consequences. And yeah, I feel like you should just take more and more things away from them until they learn that they can't necessarily be doing that.
Okay, well, I kind of agree with what you're saying, but it shouldn't be like, oh, you bit somebody, so I'm just only going to steal your tablet. Oh, you hit somebody, oh, I'm going to steal your toy. It should be all of those things being removed. Because if I was a child and I saw, oh, they're only removing one thing, I'm going to be like, okay, I'm going to just keep on doing it till all things are gone. And if
Well,
I was
actually,
what?
can I ask you a question?
What?
Why are we talking about forms of discipline when I'm disagreeing with how much kids, or when I'm disagreeing with the fact that the majority of kids don't belong in public because they do that?
Because I can't provide, and you can't either, on the exact estimate on how many kids that act like this.
I'm not saying that. Okay, yeah, you're right. I can't provide exact numbers. Neither can you.
So
But
I
I could
can't know.
say, but I could say that the majority of kids do not do those activities in public.
Yeah, you can say that, but I can't really say anything else unless I have evidence, which I don't.
So then do I just like win by default because you can't prove me wrong?
Can you prove that this is not most?
Yeah, sure. You know,
So can you
a
give me a
quick
website?
Google. Okay, I'll give you a website. So www.nhs.uk. Right, I could just send it in chat.
Yeah,
But
please. Yeah.
right. Oh, never mind. I can't send it in chat. But okay, I'll just
Okay,
tell
how do you
this
spell
is
it?
it's called www.nhs.
Wait, can you speak a little slower?
www
Okay.
dot nhs
Okay.
dot uk
Okay.
slash baby
Okay.
slash baby's development.
Is this an actual website?
Yes, this is an actual website.
And before I look on this, exactly would it have? So there's no mix up.
Okay, so pretty much what this is talking about is for the children that do have, when they do scream and do all this, that, and the third in public, it's pretty much talking about why it's normal for kids to do that, and also how to kind of handle that when that does happen in the rare occasion
Did
that
you
it
know?
does.
Okay, that's awesome that it has that. But did you know that's not what I asked you?
You asked me to provide evidence, I provide evidence.
No, not just any evidence. Evidence that will supply that is not most, that is some. That's what I directly asked you.
All right. Well, fine.
Do you have
can
another website?
you could just okay. My source specifically, if you really want specifics, I just did a quick Google search. Okay.
About what? What did you say?
I searched up, do most kids scream or hit in public? Right? That's what I searched up. And you know, just let me know what you think when you search
Okay,
it up.
so oh wait, hold on.
You know, take your time. I mean, like this is kind of obvious. Like I just searched it up because I know this is not true.
It doesn't say that.
So when you are you using the exact words that I told you,
Yeah.
and what does it say?
It says most young children do not consistently scream and kick in public, but intense public tantrums and meltdowns are normal and common.
Okay. So I mean, yeah, that it kind of proves my point. You know,
But it kind of does not.
it literally at the beginning it says most young children do not constantly scream or hit in public.
No, it says,
Okay.
oh, I thought you meant kick. But what does it say after?
After that, well, at least for me, it says, but temporary meltdowns, tantrums, and loud outbursts are a very normal part of early childhood development.
Oh, it doesn't say that for me. It says, but intense public tantrums and meltdowns are normal and common.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's
So-
kind of saying the same thing.
I don't think so. Because
Okay.
what does temper tantrums consist of?
Well, shoot, I'm looking at what I'm reading. It says the same thing. But a tantrum usually just is like a kid, you know, they're overstimulated, they're gonna be doing a lot.
No,
You know,
but
they're
what
gonna
does
be
it consist of? I don't care what it is. What does it consist of?
They're gonna be like flailing around, maybe
What is
yelling a little bit.
okay. Yelling a little bit.
Or yelling.
Yelling, kicking, and screaming.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
But also, like, if you read the very first part of, like, when you search it up, it says, most children do not constantly scream or hit in public. Okay?
it says kick for me. So again,
Okay, but okay.
what does a
But
temper
still,
tantrum consist of? I mean, come on now.
a temper tantrum consists of screaming, yelling, you know, kind
Okay,
of
so
wiggling around, being upset.
maybe saying those exact words in Google might not translate, but when you think of a temper tantrum, you think of a child yelling, screaming, and hitting. So that's exactly what I'm saying. But there's no estimate, like I said to you before, about how much kids that's online right now.
But what is the very first part of the
Because
Google
guess
search
what?
say?
Guess what it also says?
What is the first? Literally, what is the first part of the Google search
Okay,
say?
if you're gonna repeat the same thing over and over again, that's not how you get nowhere. Because I just answered you.
The very first part. That's what it says.
What do you mean? That's what it says.
What?
I read it out for you.
Yeah, and if you so you read it out to me. It says something along the lines of most young children do not constantly scream or hit in public.
Okay, but what? Okay, this is the fourth time of me repeating it. What does a temper tantrum consist of?
It consists of hitting, screaming, etc., etc. But
Okay,
are we just not
so-
going to talk? But wait. Are we just not going to talk about how at the very beginning it literally just proves like your main point?
It really does not, because then there's a but. If there was no but and it just said that, okay, whatever. But there is a but. And guess what it also says? That is common and it's also normal. So when people see something as common and normal and it's not okay, they don't want to study it because they see it everywhere. So people don't really care if a child's screaming and kicking in public because that's what every child does. But just because you kick and scream in public doesn't make it right, just because every child's doing that.
Right.
So again, there's not going to be no numbers or statistics upon most or
That's not what I'm
some.
arguing.
No, but that's what I'm arguing. That's what I asked you. And the reason for that is because people think it's normal. So no one's going to research about something that they think is normal.
Well,
Remember?
I mean, just for your information, people actually kind of do look into why kids do this, and apparently
Yeah.
they've conducted studies and they found out that it's just a part of regular early childhood development. You know, toddlers aren't really great at communicating things, so when they get upset, they throw tantrums, they throw fits, and that's
Not any
okay, 'cause
toddlers that
it's
are in my family.
okay. But those are just toddlers that are going to is the toddlers in your family going to account for every single toddler that exists?
Yeah, it would, because those would be toddlers.
Okay, but the toddlers that you're around, are they every single toddler on the planet?
They consist of being a toddler on the planet. So
It's
yeah.
a yes or no question. So yes,
So yeah.
so your toddlers is literally every single toddler on the planet. Yes or no?
They're not my toddlers. They're my cousins.
Are they not toddlers?
They would consist of being one of the toddlers on the planet. That was your question. So yes, they
I'm
would.
asking you. Oh no. Okay, so listen. I'm asking you. Are your toddlers every single toddler that's on the planet? Are your toddlers literally every single toddler that's on the planet? Yes or no?
No,
Yes
they're
or
not.
no? Okay, thank you. So because your toddlers are not every single toddler that's on the planet, they cannot represent nor speak for every single toddler that's on the planet.
But that's not what you were asking. The Google search that you wanted me to provide for you or search up says that is common and is normal. So when something's common and is normal and I don't see it in my family, what am I supposed to think? That is not common and it's not normal.
But that's like your family though. Like your family isn't the only family that exists. There's multiple families.
I'm not saying that they're not. But if I don't see that in my little cousins, then I would think there are some kids who don't act like that.
And what if there's like another family where their kids act like that? Then what? Is it normal then or what?
Then whoop-de-doo-doo.
Then whoop-de-doo-doo?
Listen, I don't know. It's good-hearted. You like going back and forth, but you're really not getting what needs to be get at. Okay.
I don't think you're understanding what needs to be good at because I literally asked you.
You
to
wanted me
search
to
up
go
your
back
own
and forth with
topic.
you with this, but it was going nowhere. That's why I didn't want to go back and forth with you upon this.
I'm just debating to show that like you're wrong.
I know what you're doing, but I don't want to do what you're doing. That's why I wanted not to talk about this. But you see how you're repeating the same thing and going in circles? Do you
because
understand?
you're not understanding how I just proved you wrong with the Google search.
Okay, so look at the Google search once again and read the but part because you're missing the but.
Okay.
Okay, awesome. Hello, are you ready to listen? Or just talk?
Okay, before we start, I would like it if you don't get so aggravated with me. That's not what I'm trying to do here. You put up a server for debating, and now you're not willing to debate just because one person proves you wrong.
No, do you want me to explain what you did, or you don't care?
Because what I did previously doesn't mean
Do you want me
anything
to
right
explain
this
what you did, or you don't care?
I don't care because we're talking about a debate
Then
and
why
you're
would...
staying on topic.
Okay, so if... I'm going to remove you because you're going to do the same issue again. So the issue that you did was whenever I was talking, you would cut me off and not listen. And you weren't listening to what I was saying. That's not how you do a debate. Okay? But since you don't care, then why would I have you up here if you're not going to listen to the part I'm saying? Now, I know that... I'll search it. What is it? The search was... Do most kids scream and kick in public? Maddie, can you unmute? Or no? All right, I guess not. That's okay. That's perfectly fine. You don't have to. Slime them out too. Hello, did you want to come up here or no? No? Okay. Anyone besides that guy, because, like, what is this? Hello?
Hello?
Did you want it to come up here or no?
No.
What'd you say?
No.
Nay? Nay? Okay. Oh. Oh, Nini. Nini, is it really you?
Yes, it is me. What's up? How are you?
Why are you back?
Why wouldn't I be back?
Why would you?
Because you got VCB'd last time. We didn't get to finish
Yeah,
our
I did.
conversation. We didn't get to
I
finish
know.
our conversation.
I actually left because you were just wasting my time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I feel bad for you.
You should.
But can we finish our conversation?
What?
I said, can we finish our conversation though?
No, that's a different topic. We're not going to continue with that.
But it's the same topic as last time.
Oh, it was? So I guess we can continue. So
I
what is
bet.
something that you wanted to talk about that I guess I left?
Basically, just screaming. I guess we can talk over screaming first because that's number one.
Okay. Do you remember what I was talking about? Or just what you were talking about?
I remember what you were talking about.
Okay, so... Oh, right, okay. So, what would you do if a child was screaming, hitting, breaking, stealing, biting, and being disrespectful? What would you do?
So if I didn't have the choice to take him home, be just put him in a room, I would call the cops.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. I'm glad you finally woke up.
Is that what you would do?
Yeah, I would.
Alright, bet. So you and me have the same views.
We do.
Bet, bro. You and me should debate people together.
Let's see if you're good enough to hold a debate, alright?
Alright, bet.
Okay, let's see. No, I won't put you up, Mr. Sim, because you don't pay attention.
Okay, wait, what did I miss? Because I left for a bit and now apparently Mr. Sim can't come up.
Because Mr. Sim likes to interrupt and don't like to pay attention on a question that he asks. So why should I let him back up?
But you're not telling me what I missed. You're just telling me what he did. What did he ask?
I literally asked him if he wanted to hear what he did, and he said, no, I don't care. So, it's a lost cause.
He didn't say that he didn't care.
Yourself to this man. Don't defend yourself to this man.
I'm just saying, like, you asked him, do you want to know what you did, or do you not care? He just answered your question. He didn't say he didn't care. He just answered your question.
He did say that,
same answers you gave.
But let's not focus on Mr. Sim, okay? Let's focus on you, because you're leather. You're not him, okay? You're different people. So stop speaking for him, okay?
I don't feel there needs to be any type of argument going on, but
no, there's not.
Hold on, I'm just really like.
Let her speak, bro.
Bro, she spoke already.
No, she didn't. She was literally speaking and you interrupted her.
Hey, brother, man, this is an AAB conversation. Wasn't talking to you. I'll get to you in a second, but I wasn't talking to you.
Okay, Leather, what is your new question? What is your brand new question you want to ask?
Anyways, so y'all would call the police on your kid.
Okay, so clearly you think that it's not like warning signs if your kid is screaming, being violent, and breaking objects. You think that's just totally normal to see in a child?
I don't think that's normal at all. Well, it depends on the age, but it's not normal
if they're above
the age.
Really?
If they're above the age of like 13 or 12, then no,
that's
I don't
even
think that's
worse.
normal at all.
If a 14-year-old was being extremely violent and stealing and being disrespectful, that's even worse than a child.
I agree.
If they're above the age.
We should put them in jail.
Yeah, So I would.
I'm pretty sure a child that is not even a child, someone that's under the age of 18 can't go to jail. I'm pretty sure they'll go to juvenile detention. Anyways,
No, they
because
will go to
that is
prison.
wrong.
It depends
They
what they
won't
did. They
go
would go to
to
prison.
If a child is screaming, hitting, breaking, stealing, or biting someone, or just being
Yes,
all out
they will go to
disrespectful,
prison.
I'm pretty sure they will not go to prison. We can search it up. We can search it up.
No, we're
Would
not
you
going
like
to
to
search
search it up?
nothing up. Let me ask you a question, okay?
Okay. What's up?
So when I say I'm going to call the police, there's been plenty of police that try to scare the kid. Obviously, they're not trying to arrest the kid. They're going to scare the kid. So that's what I would do when I mean call
That's
the
not
police.
taking a child to prison. Okay, look, then you're trying to
Have you never
scare them
watched
straight.
Have you never watched what is
That's
it called, Scared Straight? Have you never watched that before?
I was just telling you. I was literally about to tell you. That's trying to scare your kids straight. That's not taking them to prison.
I
That's
didn't
what they
say I
are
was
to
going to
do.
do that. I said I would call the
Y'all did.
police.
You
No, we
and
didn't.
the
That's
other
not what we
dude
said.
just said, hold on, because look, both of you
Leather,
talk.
if I'm saying I didn't say that and you keep on saying you just said, I'm telling you I didn't say that. So what are you going to, why you keep on repeating yourself?
Yeah, for real,
Because you're
bro.
doing the same thing. And also, this dude is just
I have to.
Bro,
I have to repeat the same thing.
I have a right to my opinion.
This can't be real. Look, and don't get it twisted. I'm listening. I definitely am.
I know you are.
Y'all, and now hold on. I'm just saying, because you and the other guy, did y'all not say, answer each other's question?
If you
Y'all both
repeat the
said,
same question that I just denied, I'm going to get you down.
For real, bro.
can I finish
Like,
what I said?
hello?
Or, okay, can't finish talking.
Okay,
I mean,
Mr. Sim, you're
I would
saying
love to
you're
finish what I was
sorry?
saying, but
Then
I
you
would
need to
love to finish
put
what I was saying, you
why,
know,
what
but
did you do wrong? So now I have to treat you like a child that I'm talking about right now. Okay?
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Please repeat yourself. I zoned out just for a second. I apologize.
Well, you can zone out because I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to somebody else.
No, I was asking you to just say what you said in general. Because
Oh, what am I
last
saying
time
in general?
he's disrespected.
What am I saying in general?
Yes, bro.
Disobedient kids shouldn't be in public.
Okay.
That's what I'm generally saying.
Okay. And I
They
feel
deserve
like
to be beaten, locked in a room, and threatened to go to jail.
Yeah. I can't listen and I won't
feel
remember
like-
what you said. Well, that's your
I don't think a
problem.
disobedient kid probably shouldn't be in public, but if they're being like violent and all that, you could take them to a raised room, you could take them to therapy, you could have a one-on-one with them because you could have them be around people they're comfortable around. If they're
You
stealing
can have a
things, you need to
one-on-one
sit
on
them
your
down.
child without
And I
paying, like,
please finish what I said because you've been talking this whole time.
so
No,
have you,
you've been
sweetie.
You could, if your child is stealing things, you should sit them down and you should talk to them specifically on why it's not bad and how out of hand it could get. If your
Didn't
child is
tell
biting
you.
someone, you need to take them to either a doctor or a therapist or someone specific, because I don't know
Were we
what the
just talking about
qualification is for
that?
that. Let me finish. If your child is hitting people or being violent, you need to sit them down, first talk with them, or you could take them to let out their anger or frustration and then see what's getting to them. If your child is just screaming, being loud, you can use disciplinary actions. There's other ways besides locking them up. Because I won't lie, I was a bad kid. I would be
Here
a
we go
bit
with the story
disrespectful.
time.
Hold on, no. I let you go, and I let you
No,
cut me off
but
too.
we don't want the
No,
story right
let's
now.
calm down. Let's calm down.
I want to answer your question.
Anyways. I've been a bad kid before. I've done bad things. And the things that I've done, I've had disciplinary actions. I've been yelled at. Those have actually worked. Every single time my mom or someone tried to take away my PlayStation or lock me in my room, it didn't do anything. So what
Okay,
you're
so can you
suggesting
base
doesn't help anybody.
So you think it's okay to
Understand, it
just
doesn't
base
help.
your personal experience on the whole entire disobedient kid
I'm
generation?
not basing my personal experience. I'm
That's
giving
what you
you my
literally just
examples.
did,
I'm
bro.
giving you examples.
Let me ask you a question, okay?
Hold on, real
All
quick,
you need to
before
do.
you ask it.
Oh,
Before you ask it. before you ask that, have you had any disciplinary actions or have you been locked up by your parents with no technology just in the house?
Absolutely, I have.
You have. This is exactly how you turned out. Oh my gosh. I will
All
never
right,
do this to my kids.
All right, Leather, don't ever insult me and think you're going to continue to stay up here, because I'll get somebody to replace you.
Yeah, for real.
Dude, just crack on and open a soda.
Leather,
I'm sorry, I couldn't take that
excuse me,
serious.
Leather.
I couldn't take that serious. I'm so sorry.
Let me ask you a couple questions before you get replaced, okay?
No, sure, go ahead.
Have you ever been a child, like, have you ever, in your early years of life, were screaming uncontrollably?
Yes, probably when I was a baby.
Okay, there's a difference between baby and a kid. So when you were a kid, have you
As
done
a
this?
child, no, because I had enough common sense
All
not
right,
to
I
do
don't want
that.
I don't want
My mom
all
would
this
hit me.
explanation story time. I just want a yes or no, okay?
I'm just telling you, yes, because my mom would hit me if I did
I
that.
just said no story time. What is up with you and these
It's not a
stories?
story. It's not a
It's
story.
yes because of yeah, but no. I'm just yes or no, please.
It's a yes
So
and
you
a
said
reason why.
what'd you say for this one?
I said yes because my mom would hit me. Just pop me right in my mouth.
So you would scream uncontrollably because your mom hit you?
I said I wouldn't. You said wish
Oh,
you
okay,
not.
so it will be a no. You weren't this. You didn't do this. It
Oh
would be a
dang, you
no.
gonna insult me? My fault. I didn't even know you was being
It would be a
disrespectful.
no, Leather, right?
No, yeah, I meant to say no. I apologize, but yeah, no,
All right.
I wouldn't because my mom would hit me.
Leather, stop repeating yourself, okay? I heard you. Like you're about to really irritate me really badly.
I'm
Like
just making sure the
actually.
message gets through, you know.
Okay, so have you ever
Yeah, wait,
been a
did he
child?
just insult you?
I hope not. I really hope not. Okay, moving on. Have you ever been that child when you were a child that were hitting people? Literally anyone. You had a hitting problem.
Do have to think about that. I think so. Maybe when I
You
was
don't
a
know
kid.
if you were just hitting people when you were a child? You don't know?
No.
So you
Think
have no
so.
recollection on when you were under the age of 12?
Under the age of, I definitely think I would. Anyways, you can move on to the next one.
No, I think isn't a yes or no.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yes
Well,
or
for the time
no?
being, then we'll say yes. We'll say yes.
Okay, so were you that type of child that were breaking objects on purpose?
Nah.
Okay.
No,
Were
I
you
don't
that
think
type
I'll
of
ever do
child
that.
that would steal things from people?
Nah, my mom would beat me. My dad would beat me.
Were you that type of child that would bite people?
That's actually a good question. Nah, I wasn't an animal. I wasn't a furry.
I still bite my girlfriend to this day.
And were you that
I
type of
just-
child? And were you that type of child that was extremely disrespectful to anyone?
I was only disrespecting kids my age. I don't think I
So,
started
yes or
disrespecting my
no?
mom for real until like
Yes or
teenage years.
no? Yes or no?
Dang, you getting loud at me. Oh my
Because I
gosh, I'm
said
so
those
sorry.
story times. I said yes or no, and you keep on going back to the stories.
Just excuse me.
Yes or no?
Nah.
No, not nah, no.
I think
So
we
it's
all know what
funny
that
that
means.
your mom would hit you if you scream, break things, steal, bite, and be disrespectful, but she wouldn't hit you when you were hitting other people. That's really strange.
Because I didn't hit anyone. Okay, I do remember. One, I didn't hit other people, and two, I don't think I was
Okay,
really screaming
so
uncontrollably. Hold on, because I'm collecting my
no
answers. I
story
wasn't hitting other.
time. No story time.
It's not
No.
stories. I just told you I'm correcting my answers.
I don't
I
want
said
you to.
no,
I
I
already
wasn't
got it,
hitting
okay?
people. No, I'm saying I wasn't hitting other people as a child. I wasn't yelling uncontrollably as a
So
child.
you're making me forget why I even asked you those questions because you keep on talking about stories. I asked you this because you said, oh, my parents never did this to me, because you're not that child that it needs to be done to. I'm only talking about the kids who do these things. So obviously your parents wouldn't lock you in your room because you weren't doing those things. Hello? So you can't say, oh, I never did this because you were never that child before to be doing those things. Do you understand, Leather? You're too busy. Just keep on explaining.
For real,
You
bro,
will
you really need
understand.
to think with your brain.
Exactly.
First
Right,
off, I just
Mr.
want to say I'm
Sim?
sorry.
Yo,
I'm
boo,
sorry.
can you mod me?
Yeah. I'm not, wait, nod you?
I said, boo, can you mod me? I'm not talking to you.
Oh,
Sam.
sorry. Sorry.
What?
Can you mod me, boo?
Can you make him mod? That's what he's asking.
I'm afraid that you're going to sit me down, and I can't get back up.
That's not how that mod works.
Okay, well, since you changed, you can get a moderation and go back in the comments. Okay, so, first of all, if you ask me a question, I'm going to have to answer it. Okay? Let's just get that right off the bat. Is that okay with
Yes,
you?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is your question?
At what age does so you're saying screaming, hitting, breaking things, stealing things, and biting, what age, period are you talking about? Is it from toddler all the way up until 10 years old, or where is that age gap for you?
So, before you say anything, let me finish this question that you answered. That you asked me. So, this can be any age, okay? But the ages where they can start understanding that it's a bad thing to do would be 3 to 17 years old. Years young.
Okay, so you're saying a 17-year-old kid is going to no, he can do some of these things, like screaming and hitting and breaking things, maybe stealing things, but biting, no. A toddler, like a 3 all the way until a 5-year-old, I could see doing all those things. But someone that's in their teenage years, I don't see them doing that, and if they are doing that, then it's like the parents' fault to blame.
So, it's not the parents' fault if the toddler is doing that?
Yeah, it is.
So, again, what do you mean? You just said it's the parents' fault if a 17-year-old's doing it, so that would imply that it wouldn't be the parents' fault if a 30-year-old was doing it. So I'm confused.
It would.
Okay, so
so
what is your point?
you take a kid, a child who knows nothing, not a lick of anything. They don't know math, they don't know right, they don't know wrong, and you put them in an environment where their parents are the only thing for them to be able to determine what is right, what is wrong. Let's say those parents teach that kid wrong. That kid starts doing 1 through 5. Naturally, it is the parents' fault that the kid is acting that way, and they didn't do anything to correct them. So it is the parents' fault.
I think what you meant to say is, usually you wouldn't do that when you're 17 because you would know.
No, that's not what I meant to say.
No, it's not what you said, but what you meant to say was
That's not what I meant to say.
Can I finish? You didn't even let me finish.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
What you meant to say is, I don't see a 17-year-old doing that because they will have a much better understanding of right and wrong than a 3-year-old. Isn't that what you meant to say?
No.
So you don't think, so no 17-year-old is capable of biting?
I think 17-year-olds are capable of biting, but will they? Probably not.
Why probably not?
Because the fact that they'd probably settle things with their hands rather than their mouth. And if they're going to use their mouth, they're going to use their mouth for other things and probably not very good things that a child would partake in.
Really, bro? Why did you just have to say that? Honestly.
Well, why are you immature enough to not handle that?
What?
I
need to be
one
mature enough to
inappropriate
hear
thing,
about.
and you're not able to
Wait, hold on.
just go past
I need to
it.
be mature about hearing a minor perform disgusting acts. Really?
How old are you?
11.
Oh, yeah, buddy. This is an 18 server. This explains why you've been acting like this.
Yeah, and you're just too, DUMB to understand that I'm lying.
So like, I
What?
have a question. So like, let's say a 30-year-old is acting like this, right? Yelling, screaming, hitting, and being disrespectful. How do you think they should be taught? Because like, I'm confused. I wanna like match this up
You
with
mean,
how
how do I think they should be disciplined?
Yes.
They wouldn't. They would be going to prison because they're not a minor anymore. So they would go to prison if they're doing that.
Okay. Yeah, that's facts. I think they should be whipped, hung, or go to prison. Either or.
Okay, great. I'm glad that you think that, Nini.
All right, I want to bring another guy up. Are you good with that?
Okay, that's fine. I mean, it is your job.
Well,
Hello.
if a person that's over 18, then they're doing these things 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? You would call the cops, right?
If I saw them doing that, yeah.
But why? What if they have mental disability?
Just because you have a mental disorder doesn't mean you can bite people and get away with it. Like,
Yes,
hello.
yes, you will not be able to get away from it. But the thing is, you're not going to prison, you know. That's
You
common
would. There's a
sense.
lot of people who suffer from those things that go to prison.
You won't. You
You
literally
don't know that?
would be somewhere in mental asylum or something.
Well,
Stop acting
it depends.
Stop acting disrespectful on someone that's adult and you're 11. Stop being disrespectful. They're old.
Just because you're an adult doesn't mean I'm supposed to respect you.
Don't worry.
I don't even know you.
Okay, so really quickly before anyone continues,
Why
I
don't you
want
let
you
him
all
back
to
up?
No, just really quickly. Just want everyone to understand. She is 11 years old, dog. She is not going to hold a good debate. She's not going to do good at any sort of interaction with you. If you're going to try to hold up a good debate against her, she's just going to get upset with you because you're beating her point. She's 11 years old on an 18-year-old game. Come on, like she's not going to be able to hold a good debate. It's point blank.
How old are
Now,
you?
me and my buddy, Nini, who got moderator, we're going to go make a real debate server with real, mature individuals, unlike the host Midnight. And
Now I make this. Oh, never mind. Alright, so that's a perfect example of illiteracy. Alright, let's move on. Hello.
Bro, you're actually a kid.
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm nowhere near as young as you. I'll tell you that. And
That's not
this
an
is
age.
an 18+ game. You know.
I know. I literally see it. I don't
So then
think
why
you're
are you playing a
18.
game and you're not 18?
Why are you living if you're not succeeding?
What does that have to do with what I said?
It's just a question.
Yeah. No. Because I asked you a question. That's not a. You can't answer your question with a question.
I can do whatever I want. It's my server.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I have a question to say. Some kids also don't belong in public, not for screaming, hitting, breaking, or stealing or more. It's because of like men, pedophiles, and kidnappers. Because some men are bad. And that's what I hate.
Wow, that's so terrible that you know that at a young age that men are terrible. So that is a reason why kids shouldn't belong in public, because of those things. But just because of those things, kids shouldn't have to hide away. They should hide away from getting arrested, because they're the ones in the wrong.
Mm, some kids also can't be can't be like no. But stealing is like bad because stealing can like some kids. I don't know if kids can be like arrested or in jail.
They can definitely be arrested and go to jail.
Huh?
I said they can definitely be arrested and go to jail.
Okay. But if some can't, they might do like other bad stuff.
Well, yeah, that's true.
The main is because definitely because it can be like so loud, which people's like eardrums get hurt or something.
Exactly, that's true as well. I'm actually glad you mentioned that. Yeah.
And hitting is because like if you hit someone, they'll get hurt very bad and maybe not that bad because you can also hit like something, a dog, a pet, a cat, like anything, and the pet can get mad.
Yeah, but you would hit an animal if they don't listen because they can't understand anything else besides that. Because they don't understand words. So sometimes you do have to do that to an animal for them to understand.
It's like a good treated, like it's been treated very well.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you waited, and you're actually very educated for being 8 years old.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Lexi, do you want to unmute or you don't know? Oh, okay. Alright. I kind of want to go to sleep. Pretty tired. I did a lot today, but you know, a hound dog never sleeps. I'll tell you that, yeah. A hound dog never sleeps. A hound dog never sleeps. I'll tell you that. I'm reporting you. Oh, I don't do nothing. Oh, Peter Butt. Let's see.
I personally think I'm from Italy. Please don't kick me. Please don't be racist, because people
You're
have been
not from
racist.
Italy, boy. Just speaking your regular voice.
Okay. I personally think kids should be in public. Depends. If it's a toddler, yeah, they'd scream in public. Hitting, I don't really think so. Like hitting their, like something I guess, yeah, probably at daycare, but like screaming. Like in public, if you're a toddler, yeah, but like if you're older, nah. Stealing, no. Probably like if you're in a gang or something, yeah, you steal, but like, nah, I don't think so. Breaking, like what are we talking about? Like breaking in public or stuff like that, or like breaking stuff at home?
Just breaking items.
No, I don't think so. Like if they're playing, if they do it on accident, yeah, probably. Like if kids do belong in public, like they're literally everywhere, bro. And what's the point of having a kid if you're not gonna bring them in public? Like at this point, don't even bring a kid. At this point, don't even give.
Well, a
life
kid is
to
not
people.
decoration for everyone to see. That's not what kids are. They're supposed to be. You're supposed to raise kids to be good adults, not adults with problems because you don't discipline them correctly. So what do you think will happen if a child never gets corrected on those behaviors in the description?
As a parent, I feel like you should like take care of them. Like you should teach your kid right and wrong. If you want them to be a good adult, you teach them right and wrong. Like you don't just let them do whatever they want. You teach them right and wrong. Kids should be allowed to do in public. If they like behaving bad in public, like, yeah, you have to, like, I'm Dominican, so I'm only gonna say, like, you can hit them, right? Because, like, if I act bad in public, bro, I give them BTA. So,
Okay,
like,
but at the same time, hold on. The question was, what do you think would happen if a kid doesn't get corrected on the behaviors in the description?
they don't get corrected, they're just gonna do it on and on in life. They're gonna have a horrible future. They're probably gonna end up in
Exactly.
jail, and they're probably gonna have a horrible record too.
So exactly. So if you allow this kid to be in public, because every kid is out in public, and that kid is influencing other kids to do that, then all you're going to do is make unstable adults who don't know how to control nothing, their emotions correctly. That's what's going to happen. So let's teach them early, teach them young, and let's get this under control. Period.
No,
Wouldn't you agree?
No, like you should know. You shouldn't keep your kids inside for most of their childhood. No, I'm not gonna keep my.
That's not what I'm arguing, though. I don't agree with that either. You know what I agree on? Them staying inside until they learn how to behave. It shouldn't take 24 hours. It shouldn't take a month for your child to realize that what they did was wrong. It doesn't take me that long when I was a child.
Okay, it takes me like a minute or two, but
Yeah, so it might take a minute, it might take a couple hours, but it should not take 24 hours for your kid to realize they're in the wrong and to change their behavior.
I mean, you can explain to them why they're in the wrong.
Yeah, but just explaining it, you can explain it, but they just simply don't care. That can be another thing too.
If my child like doesn't listen to, like, if they don't do it repeatedly, I'm using the chancla. Like they gotta learn how to act in public and stuff like that. Yeah, I get your point, but I don't think that like kids don't belong in public. I think like they should be in public.
Well, most kids, if you read the description, are disobedient and they do those things. So most kids who do those things should not be out in public because it's affecting other people's lives who don't have kids, and it's very unfair.
Yeah. I see that.
And hitting the child is only going to make the child scared of you and doing it in a sneakier way.
I mean, I guess you're right. I'm like half and half on that one, but
yeah.
Do y'all have kids?
No, bro.
Nine.
I'm 14.
Yeah, why would you ask of him that? Yeah. So
Since y'all talking about having no kids in public, so
we're not talking about having
do you
little
have a
kids in
kid?
public.
do you?
No, but do you? Okay.
Yeah, no. So just because we don't have no biological kids doesn't mean we can't speak on the misbehaving kids.
Are you the misbehaving kid?
You once was. So, the 6'7" King Julian, can you please speak or no?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm taking it all in.
Well, I think you need to teach, what's his name? More? I need you to teach him how to behave correctly. Because he doesn't know how to behave.
This is an open forum, right?
It doesn't matter how open it is. Doesn't mean you can be disrespectful.
You're just mad.
I mean, I am a little bit mad that you asked a 14-year-old boy if he has a kid. I'm actually kind of disgusted.
He's hosting a podcast that says kids don't belong
He's
in
not
public.
hosting. I'm the host. He's just up there.
That's the topic. I mean, who's not going to come in here and ask, like, does anyone in here have a kid? I feel like it's pretty reasonable.
Nobody asked me that or a little child that before. And I don't ask that either. What you should have asked is, have you ever dealt with little kids before?
Asked.
Yes.
That's what you should have asked.
Yeah, definitely. My little brother's a pain in the ass.
Oh.
And I have to take care of him for like an hour if my mom goes off to the groceries or dad.
Exactly. Look what he has to face because of people like you who just think it's just normal for kids to act like this.
Oh my gosh, he's so brave.
So what is the result of not having kids in public at all?
Goodwill. You. What'd you say?
What is the ultimate goal of not having kids in public? What happens to them in the end if they can't
Okay, well,
associate?
King Julian, I would love for you to read the description all the way down, okay? Because that's not what I'm arguing.
Midnight.
Hey, Goodwill, are you still sick from yesterday?
I wasn't really sick to begin with.
You're
but,
sick in the head.
Wait, is he rage baiting? Is he like a rage baiting type of guy?
Nah, but listen. I just came from like the other server, bro. Are you like what's your age? Can I get an age check?
I'm 11.
Are you sure? Like, are you absolutely positive?
No. But why does it matter how old I am? Like, what's wrong with you? Why do you want to know?
So I mean, no, I'm just curious because I like one of my buddies because I remember seeing your server. I'm like, wasn't this the same person from like a couple of days ago?
Girl,
So
you
I
know
had
who
to
I
join.
am. You know who I am, Goodwill.
Okay, so you're 11, right? Just to really be sure about that.
No, I'm not 11. It's a joke. You never heard that meme before?
No, but so then how old are you then?
Why? How old are you?
Why are you asking me a question when I'm asking you a
Because
question?
first of all, you're no older. You're not like way over 11. You're probably 15 years old, and you're talking about I'm not supposed to be here because it's 18 plus.
Bro, he's cooking you.
Nah, it's probably like
You act like
17.
you're 35. Goodwill, you're not. You're 20 years younger.
I'm not 35.
I know you're not. So
like,
you're not
saying you're 11
18.
as a joke, though,
Okay,
like,
but you're not.
and you're expecting
You're not
people to
even
laugh at
18.
that?
You're way below
Yeah, that's kinda
18,
weird,
and
bro.
you're
Are
gonna
you
say,
18?
"Oh,
Are
you shouldn't be
18?
here."
Are you 18?
No, I'm not.
Are you under 18?
No, I'm not.
So then how? Okay, then. So then how old are you?
It's
if you're
none
really
of your
under 18?
business.
Okay. So then why does it my business
She's
to tell you how
insecure.
old I am? Oh yeah, that could be it.
100.
Why would I be insecure about something that I've lived up to?
Because you're so like not saying it.
Insecurity?
You don't want to
She hates kids.
You're just like so stuck up with it. You can't even say it.
No,
Like,
and you're so like
What?
don't comprehend things.
Uh,
You honestly
comprehend.
you
That's
honestly
not how that
believe.
Not how that works.
Holy grammar.
Hold on, you honestly believe
Midnight.
that an 11-year-old little girl would be arguing about this topic? Like, hello.
Well, a 14-year-old is. I mean,
Yo, Midnight, I low-key think he won most of the argument.
Well, it's not about winning or losing. It's about who's right and who's actually wrong. And I was right.
so
Okay.
kids that do 1 through 6 on the description, right? Where do they get their correction if not in public?
Yeah, like, do they not go to school? Do they not go like to the park or anything? Or like, do they just stay at home doing nothing, not going outside with friends or nothing?
I feel like part of raising a functional adult is telling them what's right from wrong in both public and private spaces.
Yeah, but would be like a consistent type of thing. If they're consistently doing the 1 through 6 in public, in your house, maybe you should only deal with it inside.
That's a parenting problem. I agree with you on that.
It don't matter what the problem, it matters what solves. Ooh. No, it doesn't matter the start, it matters the end. Okay?
I see.
So I don't really care who started it. It needs to be put to an end.
Right.
Are you gonna end it?
Yeah, that's why I'm debating about it. I'm trying to. That's the best I can do.
So if I go out to the store tomorrow, I'm not going to see any children in public, right?
I would hope not, because it will be put on your record.
Record.
Yeah.
What are we on?
You know what I mean.
No,
I hope you don't see any children, because it will be put on your record. You might be go to prison for it.
If I go to the store tomorrow because you don't want children in public, and you say you're going to fix it, if I see children tomorrow in public,
I did
then
not
you
say I
failed
was
your mission.
trying to fix it. I said this is the best as I can do.
Yo, Eagle's the best rage baiter, bro.
You don't think this is you don't think this is like a dumb topic? You really think that people are going to not just bring their kids in public, whether they're good parents or bad parents? What is the goal here? What
The
is
goal
your
is
goal?
just to enlighten people, whether, when they do have kids and
any public places.
Can you please be quiet for a second? It's just to enlighten. People debate about stuff that actually don't get fixed whatsoever. It's still good to talk about it.
Wait, I have a question. Actually, that is a good question. Did your parents bring you out in public? That's actually a good question. Because you're the one that's debating about it.
I don't need my parents to bring me out in public anymore, because that's not their thing to do anymore.
Let me ask you this: What experience?
They didn't.
What did you experience that
What?
made this such a passionate topic for you?
Well, I recently got this job that I encounter a lot of kids, and that's not even my profession in this job.
Are you a babysitter?
No, I'm not. I don't work with kids and get paid for it, I'll tell you that. And these kids are just so disobedient. And I've never been put in a situation to really look at the bigger picture. And when I look at the bigger picture, it's like, wow, there's a lot of kids doing this, and people think it's 100% okay.
Do you work at the bank or something? Are you a lawyer?
No, I work as a waitress, and there's a lot of.
I thought you were like a doctor.
Oh really? Oh okay. Period.
Is it like a family restaurant?
No, it is not.
So it's a segregated restaurant.
Yeah.
It's a what?
It's a segregated restaurant. You're discriminating against a certain type of people. You don't want children in, so it's not a family
I'm
restaurant.
not being discriminatory. I'm stating the facts.
If you work at a restaurant and you tell people because they have kids they can't come
I
to
don't
the restaurant,
talk to people
that's
like
not
that.
discriminatory? I didn't ask you if you talk to people like that. I said, do you believe
You said,
that
if I telling them, that would mean talking.
I said if you work at a restaurant and you tell people, or if you believe, if you hold the
tell-
opinion that they shouldn't you shouldn't bring kids in there, you don't think that's discriminatory?
Can you read the description?
I've already read it. We're talking.
You
You
not.
haven't even
Could you keep-
defined the children here. 1 through 6. That's like ages 0 to 5. What 14-year-old do you know that goes around
1
biting
through
people?
6.
This is the dumbest. This is the dumbest topic I've ever seen. Do you think your worldview would change if you had a kid? If you had
Do
a
you
kid,
think?
and you tried.
Okay, let me answer your question. Can I answer your question?
Sure.
Do you think if you stop breathing, anyone will care? That's the kind of question you're asking me right now.
And that's how you know that you lose. Yeah. There
That's
you
the
go.
kind of question you're asking me. Oh, if you're debating, you think it's gonna work?
Do you think if
I
you
know
had a
what you asked
child,
me, sweetie.
No, midnight. That's
I
okay.
asked you a question, and your response was,
No,
do you
that's
think
what it
people care if I
sounds like
stop
to me.
breathing? So you
Midnight,
lose
midnight.
because
That's
you got mad and you can't hold your composure. Answer the question. If you had a kid, do you think your worldview would change?
My kid wouldn't act like this. So,
Okay.
You would not have a kid at all.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna be honest. The way
Okay.
you
You don't know anything about raising a kid.
and I bet you do because you're like 37.
Yeah. Pretty close.
Yeah.
But
Wait, so not only are you
Yeah,
dressing up as
he's a
kids,
lawyer, bro. He's
hold
a
on,
lawyer.
let me speak, Peterbot. Not only are you dressing up to literally lure kids with a 6'7" chain,
lure
you're King
kids.
Julian.
Lure
You're-
kids.
you're
Can you
King
explain
Julian,
to me how anyone
and
is
more,
lured in here?
and more. Definitely, he's under the age of 18, and you're close to the age of 37, and you're hating
18,
on
bro.
me. Are you serious?
Can you answer any
Wait,
of the
whoa,
questions?
whoa. Why are you playing Roblox? Wait, why are you not at work?
Do you have a kid? Are you
Wait,
serious?
Wait, are you like 19 or something? Like, if you're older, like, why are you playing a kid's game, bro?
I mean, hold on, no shade, because that's what I am. But he's older than literally 25. He said he's close to 37 years old, and he's worrying about me, and he's worrying about being around kids.
Ever playing Roblox? Certified pedophile.
Yeah, so, okay, interesting. Okay.
No, can I be
Let's
mod?
put some more people up. Let's just put some more people up.
Hey.
Hello. Do any of you guys know how to read?
Yes.
Okay, so what does the title say?
What title?
Alright, well, I tried.
Description.
Peter, he's a nice young child, isn't he? Did you hear that? You were debating if kids should be around in public. Read the description, Sasha. I can't really see. What is it about? Disobedient kids that bite, scream, kick, break, steal, and be disrespectful should not be out in public. They think it's okay because it's the parents' fault. Whoever fault it may be, there's still a problem, so it needs to be corrected. Oh, so it's Jeffrey Dahmer. Oh, hold on. It's Jeffrey Dahmer's dad's fault that he became a serial killer, but are we going to blame his dad? No, you're going to blame Jeffrey Dahmer. Because it's his fault.
What did Jeffrey Dahmer's dad do?
He literally, so it's literally in the documentary of him. He literally made his son be infatuated with dead animals because he would go with Jeffrey Dahmer when he was younger to kill a bunch of animals in the woods. And he would kill cats, which his dad didn't know about until he did, and he didn't care. So, if Jeffrey Dahmer's dad never took him out hunting, he would have never been Jeffrey Dahmer.
Wait, why is my stuff?
Stealing, hitting, breasting, breaking. And then we wait. This is a lie.
Hello.
Hello.
So you're going against like kids being in public, right?
Can you read the description or read me?
Get this, right? So sometimes when I join and people have a topic, sometimes it's not the topic. So I'm asking just to make sure.
Well, it is the topic. That's why it's there. But just to be a little bit more clear, there's a description.
What do you think this is?
I think this is a debate room that I'm the host of.
Bro, where are you going?
Bro, what that even mean?
I'm
There's
on
no
my
belonging in
bed.
public, screaming,
Like,
stealing.
what game are you on right now?
I'm on a podcast game. Do you know where you're at right now?
Yeah, I know where I'm at. Where are you at?
I just answered you.
No, you didn't.
You don't listen to the answers, but you
You
ask
don't
questions?
listen to my questions.
Okay. We're going to move on without you, okay?
Why?
Because you don't pay attention.
I don't pay attention, but
You don't pay attention. I'm glad you said it. Anyways, hello. What's your name?
My name is Samuel, and
Okay,
I'm just
Samuel.
kind of confused. So
What'd you
I see
say?
you have I'm sorry. I'm just kind of confused. I see you have stealing on there.
Yeah.
What does that like mean in relation to kids don't belong in public? Like,
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. It just simply means what it says. Kids, they steal candy, food, there's just a lot of things that kids can steal. It's pretty self-explanatory.
I see,
They
I
are very
see.
capable of doing that, trust me.
By like don't belong in public, do you mean like
You want me
they
to tell you?
should? I'm sorry?
Do you want me to explain, like, the full thing, or...
No, I don't mean to be dense. I'm just like it's kind of confusing because like wouldn't an adult not be allowed to do that as well?
Yeah, they wouldn't. So why is kids allowed to?
Oh, so like you mean like kids shouldn't be allowed to do those things in public?
No, they shouldn't.
Okay. I agree. I thought it meant like kids don't belong in public, like the parent should like hide them under like a blanket or something.
I mean, if that's what it takes for them to behave.
I see, I see. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good afternoon.
Yes, you too.
Raise your hand if you'd like to be brung up.
Yo,
Good
hello.
evening.
Okay, first question. Do you mean like kids should not be allowed in public, like can't even see them? Or is it just the list that you have?
I don't want kids to be screaming, stealing, hitting, breaking, biting, and trespassing. That's not why the list is there. The list is if your kid is doing at least one of those things, or if all, they definitely should not be belonging in public until they learn how to behave.
Okay, what if a kid has autism and is screaming? They can't do anything about that. Like,
Why can't they?
why? Some autism is so bad that they like physically cannot stop doing some of these things.
Well, there's a reason why you don't see those things often. Because the parents don't allow nobody else to deal with their autism child.
You don't have to deal with it. You're not dealing with it.
You would, though.
All you do is just walk by and don't say anything.
That's not all you would do.
Well, okay, what would you do in that situation? If a kid was screaming
So
at
if somebody with severe, what you just said, it wouldn't just be a walkaway situation, because they would be like hitting, screaming, biting, breaking, and possibly trespassing. So it's not a walkaway situation if they're doing things like that.
But are they doing it to you?
They might.
Why are you interacting with them? If you don't
I
wanna deal
wouldn't
with them, why are you
interact with a
interacting with
child
them?
that's not mine,
Okay, then why would they be doing those things to you?
because they have severe autism.
Okay, but you're not
that they
interacting
wouldn't
with them.
have a
But you're not.
notion to do right or wrong.
Okay, but you're not
Apparently,
interacting with them.
it don't matter. They would still do it.
But they're not. How is that affecting you though?
I mean, how would it affect me if they're hitting me?
But they're not. You're not interacting with them.
Listen, there's a lot of people who have TISM and also people who don't have TISM, and you don't have to interact with them for them to interact with you. There's a lot of people who do that, by the way.
Yeah, but we're talking about something you're not interacting with because you.
No, we're talking about the 2% that you don't even see. That's what we're talking about. Which usually I don't talk about that because it's not even a 50 or over 10% type of thing you would be coming in contact with.
Okay, but the situation that we're talking about right now is there's a kid, most likely in a wheelchair, that we're saying is screaming,
Here we go with the
biting.
most likely. It's not, no, we're not talking about, that's not what the description says. So stop trying to feed into what you think I'm saying. Like, you're
What do
just
you-
a freak.
What do you mean?
Oh, the kids who are screaming, stealing, hitting, breaking, biting, and trespassing are the ones in the wheelchairs, right? Is that what you're saying? They have to be. They got to be in a wheelchair if they're doing that. What? They have to have severe autism for them to be acting like that. They have to, because other than that, no other kids is doing that. Is that what you're saying?
That is not what I'm saying at all.
That's literally what you said, though. You said
That is
people
not
with
what-
severe. Oh. People with severe. I'm literally not saying autism. I'm saying tism. And I'm still getting cut, bro. Whatever. Alright, if they can't help the fact that they're doing that, why would their parents allow them to do that in public? If my kid generally cannot control themselves, I'm not going to have them around other people. Because that can be in disgusting situations. And not to say don't ever let them out in public, but I would try not to, because not only will it affect people, but it will affect like them hurting themselves even more because of their severe autism. There's this little girl named Summer who I see on social media, and she has very bad autism. She's not like the stealing or trespassing. She's the more violent and screaming autism. And her mother purposely don't allow her to be in like dinners, stuff like that, only when it's necessary, because she's the only one who can watch her. So it's not like she can like put her somewhere else. It's like she has to bring her with because there's no other person around. And she tries not to because of her severe autism. There's no one else's problem. It shouldn't be no one else's problem besides yours. And you actually think someone with severe autism is just going to be like doing public things like shopping and sitting down to eat dinner? No, they wouldn't be doing shit like that. They'll be more comfortable being in their own house, in their own surroundings. It's not what's right in this argument, it's about what's necessary. The most necessary thing to do. Okay? I would not let my child with severe autism be just out roaming in public. And also, I'm selling things on Depop, and I hate when somebody is like offers me like the worst price over these cheap ass prices that are already so fucking cheap. And the taxes, they take a lot on it, so I don't even get the price that I'm betting on. And then, like, so for example, this very great leather jacket that I have that I don't wear, that is very nice, okay, that should be way more than $9. They want to give it to me for like $6? What kind of offer is that? And then the taxes take it away, so I actually get $4 for a nice ass leather jacket that should be over $18. And then these bands that I only put up for $7, and now I'm realizing that the taxes are getting taken away, so it will actually give me only $5 because, you know, with the taxes. And this bitch is trying to sell it to me for $4.50. So in reality, I'll be walking away with $2 with these good Vans that I don't wear. Like, what kind of shit is that? Like, my stuff is very nice. Like, first of all, if I was not an idiot, I would still not think that $9 for a good leather jacket is definitely a deal. Why in the fuck would I dim it down to $6? And then the taxes is really like $4. I'm only accepting the actual price. Look at, hello? And it's sell it for me for cheap. And at the same time, there's people who are like, let's say I put it up for $5. They give me an offer for $4. You don't have another dollar? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Fucking idiot. And I have this Juicy Couture bag that people love, but they never want to buy it for $12. Like, I would easily buy this for $12. Like, people are fucking stupid. Like, this is a bag I don't use, and they're like, can I only get it for $4? Can I only get it for $8? No. This bitch was like, oh, can I get 10 from the $12? Like, I can only give you 10. $10.80. You don't have $1.25 left? These people are fucking stupid. They're like overly like trying to screw me the fuck over. Like, I'm confused. Why would you try to do that to somebody? These are not even like, it's not even like 50 and they're trying to cut it down to 40. It's literally less than $12, less than $20, less than $15. And they're trying to cut it down to like, I guess to $1 or something. It's like, no, I'm not doing that. And it'll be different if my shit are like dirty and dusty and like worn down. It's not even. It's good. Good quality clothes or shoes that I don't wear anymore, and they're still trying to run me down. Like, I'm so sick of these bitches. Actually, I'm getting like pissed. Sometimes I forget taxes exist. So I'm not even getting what I'm actually selling for. Because of the fucking taxes. It's not okay. I'm pissed. Overly. I sold 5 items on Depop only to get $27. And it's not like these items were just little bracelets. It was a good pair of fucking shoes, a Juicy Couture bag, a good ass leather jacket, and all together it would be 27 something. Like, first of all, I'm not getting the deal here, guys. I don't care how the taxes look on your end. You should be actually paying the price that it says to you. Like, I'm kind of mad about the price that I sold on that jacket. It was so good of a jacket, and I only sold it for $15, but the tax was deducted, so I only got $13 from it. It was a good leather jacket, bro. And I'm like regretting it. It's too late. I already did it.
Get off the phone with that guy named Zay or whatever his name is.
But I don't use that jacket, so I might as well sell it. So, Sasha, turn that down. What the fuck is wrong with you? Can you turn that down? Can you turn that down more? Queen. Hey. What? Hello.
You don't mess with kids.
I can barely hear you. Hold on. Let me see.
Oh, am I like too quiet or?
Yeah. Let me just turn up your volume.
Okay. You don't like kids or what's up? What happened to bring you to this?
It's not that I don't like kids. I don't like disobedient kids.
Okay, fair. Did something like specific happen or like just in general?
Well, a lot of things happened that was kind of specific. And yeah, most kids I come in contact with, they're like really bad. So
Yeah, but I feel like kids in general, not all of them are bad though.
You said what?
I think that more than kids should not be in public, dogs should not be in public.
Okay. Why?
I feel like dogs are more disobedient than kids, if anything, and owners very much justify it by being like, oh, he's just learning or he's just a puppy. But here's your dog barking in the supermarket, and they just bring their dogs everywhere where it's not necessary.
Well, people who bring in their dogs in the supermarkets is probably because they're a service dog, and
I'm
that
not talking
person will tell.
about that, but like just a regular dog. Obviously, that's normal behavior, and like a service dog wouldn't be like barking or making like a disturbance, you know?
Well, I was not really. I mean, I'd rather see a dog in a grocery store than a whining, crying, hitting disobedient child in a grocery store. Oh my god, what am I doing? That's just not good. Okay. Yeah, she didn't make that much sense. Raise your hand if you would like to be brung up. Okay, let me put you up. Is the
Yo, I'm back.
Oh god, hello.
I think you were just rage baiting me that whole time.
Can you stop saying that? Or people stop saying that?
But I think you were.
I don't care.
'Cause- or you're just a genuine Karen.
Okay, bye, you're out.
Why? What?
You're disrespectful.
How is that disrespectful?
What is a Karen to you?
Someone that complains about something that does not involve them, like, at all.
And so you think I'm wasting my time?
Yes, because why would you have to deal with someone else's child?
And so
or
that's disrespectful.
Interact with someone else's child that you have nothing to do with them. Like,
So you're disrespectful. That's all.
how? Yeah.
You
whatever
think
floats
I
your
have
boat.
no experience in something that you never asked me.
What do you mean?
That's literally what I mean.
So, like, you go up to people's children that are screaming and doing whatever else you think. And, like,
That's
complain
not
to
what
them?
I said whatsoever.
Okay, then elaborate on what you're saying.
You think I have no experience on something you never even asked me to begin with.
What did I not ask you?
You never asked me, oh, what's your experience with these kids? Like, where are you getting this from? You didn't ask me that.
I'll ask you that now.
So,
What's
no,
your
it's not
experience
even
with these kids?
asking about it now. It's you should have done it instead of saying, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay, then just want me to ask it now, or
I don't want you to do something that I expected you to already do. Because, like, no, you generally can't comprehend it. That's why you didn't ask me.
can't comprehend what? What?
Asking questions that make sense.
God. Okay, then answer the question now. What's
I don't
your
want to
experience
answer
with
the
these kids?
question that I already asked, that I gave you the opportunity to ask without me telling you had to ask it. What the like? Hello, you're crazy.
How am I crazy?
You ask a lot of how, but you don't listen.
Yeah, Juju, that's gotta be rage bait, bro.
Bro, I can't stand this argument no more. Jesus
Then you should
Christ.
probably leave.
Wow, I got questions for you.
But you can't stand it. Remember?
I'm only standing. I can't understand the fight.
Can you read? Juju, can you read?
Can I read? What do you think I am? Some 1-year-old?
Well, you're not that far from that age.
Okay.
Okay. Raise your hand if you'd like to become up next.
Oh, final.
Okay.
Tonight. Nope, not you. You're not coming up here next. You don't know how to answer or stick to a question or comprehend the question I'm asking you. Hello.
Hey. So
Can I ask
have
you a couple questions?
Yeah, of course. I'm down to answer any questions.
Great. Do you know how to read?
I'm sorry, I don't answer questions. I'm sorry.
Then why'd you say sure?
The question. I'm trying to do a bit. It's not funny. I couldn't hold it in. Do I know how to read? Yeah. I'm like a solid like fourth grade reading. No. Fifth grade.
Can you stop with the trolling stuff? Like, I don't have time for that right now.
Honestly, I'm at like a solid like 11th grade reading level.
That's great. Do you know how to, did you read the
pretty
description?
Yeah, it's something about respect and stealing and stuff. Kids, like you're not supposed to steal people's kids or something.
It doesn't say anything about respect in there.
No, it does. It says for, dear respectful.
That's
Oh,
not
disrespectful. Sorry, the S it got like clipped over. My monitor is weird. Sorry. But yeah, I can answer questions. So, what questions did you have?
Those were the questions, sweetheart. All right, so
Right,
since
and
you
I
can
answered.
read.
Yeah, so I read it. Don't worry, I did read it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
let me just tell you. Okay, wait. First of all, do you feel like the kids who exhibit those behaviors in the description should be out in public?
I mean, where do you want them to be?
In their house until they learn how to behave?
Right, but like, how are they gonna learn how to behave around other people if they don't see other people?
They don't gain those actions from other people in
Yeah, they
public.
do.
No, they will
Sure,
not.
they do. Yeah, they will. Because kids need to see the world in order to learn things. Like you gotta show them
That
more
has
than
nothing
just
to
like
do
an
with learning.
apartment or a house or something.
Okay, but if they're already exhibiting these hate behaviors before they enter out in public, it wouldn't be the public the issue. It would be the house the issue.
What? How would the house be the issue? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, what's going on inside of the house is where they're getting these things from and feel like it's okay to do out in public.
Well, no. So you're putting it on the parents then, not on the kids.
I'm putting it on both.
Well, I feel like you can't really blame the child because it's not in there. Like
I don't really
they
care
don't
what
have
you
the
feel
mental
like.
capacity to understand why
So
they shouldn't be
true.
doing kind of
I
things
want
like
a child to bring
screaming
up here.
or I mean,
Watch
trespassing
this.
is a crazy
Oh
one
wait,
though.
he
I feel
left.
like
Oops, he left. Never mind.
I feel like trespassing is kind of a crazy one to put up there though. Because how is a kid supposed to know that they're trespassing? They can't read signs that say that there's like you can't go somewhere. How are they
Kids go.
supposed to know? They don't understand
Okay,
property lines.
so the problem with you and the problem with you and most people is they think that kids can't comprehend right from wrong. So that's why their parents like you. That's not what you said, but that's what you're implying.
No,
So,
I'm not. That's not true.
Okay, well we won't use you.
I'm saying kids
I don't care what you're saying. Let me finish. Be quiet.
Complicated trespassing laws.
All right, bye. Good night. I'm so sick of dealing with these people, honestly. People who think that kids can't comprehend right from wrong, that's exactly why they're dealing with those problems today. That's why the kids today that are most disrespectful have these issues in the description because people think they can't comprehend right from wrong, so they just rather leave the kid alone because they can't comprehend, but they can. And I've talked to many kids before, and they know that hitting is not right, stealing is not right, screaming is not right, being disrespectful is not right, and going places you shouldn't is not right. So if kids that I've talked to who said these are not right, why can't they comprehend? Why do you feel like they can't comprehend those things? Like, what is she talking about? These people are sick, honestly. Anyways, like, I'm really done, bro. I'm really, really done. Hey, Roblox.
Hi, twin. Wow.
So I have to ask you just 2 questions.
Oh, gee, okay.
Do you know how to read?
Yeah.
Have you read the description?
Yeah.
Great. So, do you disagree or no?
I disagree because I agree with what the other dude was saying. Are you gonna kick me for that?
No. Can you explain yourself?
Well, if it's a young child who can't, like, my question is, I mean, kids is a very general word. So is there a specific? Are you talking like what group? Teenager? Child? Infant?
Okay. Any kid can, so between when you're first born till you're 17, you can act like this. But for you to comprehend if something's wrong, it would be when you're 3 years old to 17. So that would be the ages.
When can you read? I don't think it's 3.
You can start learning how to read at 3 years old.
Okay, yeah, but if you can't, then
We're not talking about reading. We're talking about knowing right from wrong.
if there's a trespassing sign, I'm just saying I think children have a much harder time recognizing right from wrong, especially if
We're
it's
not talking about
modeled to them by
trespassing
their
signs.
Okay, then I'm talking about right from wrong.
No, you weren't.
Now I am. Do you have anything to say?
I just did.
All
Listen.
you did was contradict me.
You need to be very direct of what you're saying, because what you're saying does not make any sense. Okay?
I'm saying children have a tough time deciphering right from wrong when it's not modeled to them by their parents. And if you're implying all kids should be stuck inside with only their, I don't know, people allowed within their house as their example, that kind of limits the world for them. They can't go out and experience and learn what is right from wrong.
Okay. The description says most kids don't belong in public. Not all. So the public duty is not to raise kids that they don't bring into this world. So your idea of them needing to learn has nothing to do with the public, it has to do with the parent. So if the parent feels like what they're doing is not enough, especially if your kid is doing this, then they need to resort to a different type of disciplining method, which will be keeping them inside until they learn how to act accordingly. That's all I'm saying.
So you're just suggesting if your kid's misbehaving, you should punish them by keeping them inside?
If your kid is doing what's in the description right now.
Okay. You know what? I agree. That's not crazy.
Well, thank you for agreeing.
Yeah, twin. I'm gonna go.
All right. Goodbye. Raise your hand if you would like to be brung up next. Okay, let's go. Good evening.
Yep.
Hello. So, hello.
Yo.
I'm going to ask you 2 questions. Do you know how to read?
Yeah.
And have you read the description yet?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you agree or disagree with the topic?
I disagree.
Why?
I think, so are you talking, I have a question, I guess, for you. Are you talking about a total ban of it, or what are you hoping to, in your ideal situation, kids not being in public, how does that look? How's that enforced?
Of them not being in public?
Yeah.
No, that's the answer.
Right, but how are we enforcing that? How are we maintaining that?
So it's not about we, it's about the parents' job. So the parents...
So you're not saying this ought to be a law or some sort. It should just be how parents practice raising children?
It's just a form of discipline.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I still disagree. I think not allowed. How do you expect a child to learn these skills if they're not allowed to be in public? I guess hitting, obviously, that's something you can do at home. Sure, stealing, to a degree, you can do that at home, but there's different types of situations where you do need, outside factors. Screaming at home, yeah, sure, but you need to be like, well, this is the reason we don't do this indoors. Disrespectful, that's so many things. You definitely need outside sources of social interactions. And trespassing, that 100% needs to be done outside of the home. That just doesn't work, really. I mean, sure, you have a few examples that don't go in this room, but that's just about personal space and boundaries. You can't just, take kids out of the equation and expect them to know the skills if they aren't given the experience to learn the skills,
Yeah, but if a kid is exhibiting all these behaviors, it doesn't just come from outside in public. It will have to be them doing all this. It had to came from inside their own home. So saying that, oh, how would they learn how to manage it if they're not in public? Well, the public's job isn't to raise your child accordingly and to teach them right from wrong. That is the parents' job once again.
But just like with
Let me finish, please.
Well, let's not get
So
angry.
you would learn all these things from inside of your house, not in public, unless you're out in public learning these things. But I'm talking about the kids that already have issues with this,
You're talking
not
about
from
history
the
of-
public.
Are you talking about history of like, acting irresponsibly and inappropriately in public? Are you talking like that?
No, I'm talking about they had to learn this from somewhere inside their house. So if they're learning inside their house, they can deal with how to manage it inside their houses as well, and not interrupt other people's lives with your disobedient child.
Right. When you're speaking about this, what kind of age are you kind of picturing in your head?
Okay, so all ages can act like this, but for the ages to understand right from wrong, I would say 3 to 17.
Okay, so you're talking about teenagers even. That's
No, I'm not. 3 to 17.
right. So teenagers, because you said 17.
No, 3 to 17. A 3-year-old is not a teenager.
Right, but you're talking about 3 to 17. So they're in the. Maybe I'm not understanding this.
Yeah, you're not.
Why are you being rude though?
Because
Let's just have a conversation about it.
you're
Like, I
asking
don't-
questions that are very obvious.
I mean, so are you saying if they're 17 and they, let's say they steal, they shouldn't be allowed in public?
No.
That's not what you're saying?
No, I thought that was the question. No, they shouldn't be out in public.
Okay, all right. That's kind of cray-cray. And this is like not allowing people to socialize outside of their home. So if they can't act right, they just can't socialize outside their home.
So, okay, let me explain this to you one more time. So what I'm getting at is this shouldn't take a forever type of thing. This shouldn't consist of years of your child being inside your house, because that's just going to turn into neglect. You need to keep your child inside your house until they learn how to behave. It should not take 24 hours or 14 years of being inside your house to understand right and wrong. So it's crazy how you think that if a child is stealing, they should be out and about in public.
To a degree, I mean, obviously, let's not keep them, let's not
Because if
have
that
them.
does happen, they're going to be arrested.
So let's not have them in a store unsupervised, but I think having, like, say
You can
they're
be
10.
supervised and still steal.
Okay, so say they're 10 and the parents watching them and walking them through a store and saying, and maybe the kid picks something up and says, "Can I?" And they're trying to take it. They can stop them and be like, "Hey, so we can't steal from stores because we haven't bought it. It's a learning opportunity." I just don't see why.
No, that's not what happens. That's not what I think should happen. You shouldn't teach your child in the exact moment, because that's not going to make no sense. You would usually teach your child before saying, hey, this is not what you're supposed to do, instead of in that moment, because that wouldn't make any sense. Because that child wouldn't know what is right and wrong, because it's never got taught that before. So only teaching your kid manners when you're out in public is disgusting and shouldn't be done.
Right. I mean, of course, you can have conversations about it beforehand. That wouldn't be the first time you should bring it up.
Yeah.
But without an experience, socially, like, how do you know your child isn't going to, repeat that behavior if you're not allowing them to be in a social setting, a public setting, and kind of navigate that, knowing the things you taught them? I guess wouldn't we want to see if our parenting worked? If they know not to be disrespectful, if they know not to steal, we'd have to see, we'd have to put them in the spots where they can.
But again, the public shouldn't have to deal with your child. So the public shouldn't have to be a part of the learning experience of someone else's child. So it shouldn't be a learning experience if your kid is trying to steal from a store. Because the person who runs the store is not going to be like, oh, it's a learning experience, we're going to call the police. So no one's going to care about your kid learning experience. You're the only one. So the only way to prevent it is you teaching it prior instead of in that moment.
I feel like you're kind of coming at it with like a black and white thinking. I do understand what you're saying, though.
No, that's what it's going to be.
But that's not how the world works logically. Things aren't
No,
black
it
and white.
is though. It literally is. If
You mean
somebody
something-
sees a kid stealing, they're not going to be like, "Oh, it's a learning experience." They're going to call the police.
That's just not true. That doesn't happen every time.
And we're not talking about every single time. We're talking about the
When you
majority.
use when you use black and white language like that, that is you saying every time.
No, it's not, because I would say every time.
You did.
I didn't.
Okay. All right. But at the end of the day, that's just not how the world. Like people have had.
It is how the world works. There's nobody in public responsibility to take care of your own child and to teach your child right and wrong.
Correct.
So why do you feel like why would you feel like the public wouldn't call the police if your kid is hitting, stealing, screaming, being disrespectful, and trespassing? Why do you think they're going to let the child off the hook?
Because I mean, a lot of people understand how children are. I've had
That's not how every child is. Every child don't act like that.
Right. So exactly. Maybe they just have. Maybe they don't do anything, but they're a bit disrespectful. Or maybe they don't have any other issues, but sometimes they
Sasha,
put,
can you please
I don't know,
stop?
little candies in their pocket. It's not how disruptive is a child is. And also, I do agree with you. It's not the public's job to raise a child, but having a child in the public, like the child can act up without it being a huge situation. It can be a learning experience, like I said, like a teachable experience.
Everything's a learning experience, but you need to teach the child beforehand, because there's not going to be a lot of people who is going to look at that child as, oh, innocent, because innocent children don't steal.
You're right, but here's I'll give you an example. For driving tests, we teach people before, we teach them with
Exactly.
we teach them with lessons, we teach them beforehand, but ultimately to get your license, you need that behind the wheel kind of practice. So we can teach them through, theoretical situations as well as.
But you just said.
But at the end of the day, we also have to have them have experience behind the wheel.
Exactly.
So behind the wheel would be in public. And in public, sometimes you can learn a lesson, but not, have it memorized and act on it every time. Sometimes there are slip-ups where maybe the kid's having a really hard day, so they're a bit disrespectful, or they're a bit loud and they're screaming. But this is a child, so we do need to be a bit lenient in understanding that a kid isn't going to be perfect 100% of the time. And that doesn't mean that they can't be loud in public. It just means that we can learn from a situation where something like that would occur.
Again, nobody has the same reasoning as you.
That's not true. I would definitely say a lot of people have that reasoning. That's why there are so many kids in public, is because the majority does have that kind of, understanding.
No, that doesn't happen.
You can say that doesn't happen, but it most definitely does. I've seen it firsthand, and I mean,
and you can definitely say it happens, but it definitely can't.
You don't think?
Because I'm very. Maybe we just live in different areas.
Maybe.
But if a kid is trespassing, hitting, stealing, and screaming, in no world is somebody just going to bypass that situation.
That happens. Wow. Where do you live? May I ask, where do you live? I've never.
I live in America. Do you?
Okay. Yeah, I also live in America. I guess I'm not thinking about all these things taking place in one instance. I'm thinking maybe a kid's hitting. I don't know if the police would be called on a child for hitting like their little brother or something. I don't. And that happens, you say, where you are?
Well, the little brother wouldn't be the public. It would be the little brother.
Right, but it's happening in public.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that.
Okay, so you're all right. So if someone's screaming in public, if you see a child in public, people are going to call the police?
No one's talking about calling the police in that instance.
Okay, so just in that instance, not. All right, if someone's disrespectful as a child, they're being disrespectful maybe to like, let's say they're 5 and they're being a bit disrespectful.
I can't, okay, so I literally can't give you an exact example that you're fishing for. I'm just
No, I just
telling
want to know
you.
what your mental framework is for it. What is too much? What is like inappropriate to happen in public? What do you expect the outcome to be?
Okay, I expect the outcome to be a solution and a fix. So I would like for their parent to find a way to discipline their child accordingly, so this doesn't happen again. Because it's not like they're screaming one time in public because they have a bad day. This is, in this instance, what I'm talking about, it's a frequent occasion that may happen inside and out in public.
So you're saying like multiple times, just like screaming for no reason, like at a store, in a store or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the problem.
May I ask, have you ever worked with children?
Not where I get paid to do it.
Okay, so you haven't worked in like a daycare setting or like a school setting before?
No, but I've been in daycare.
Oh, I'm sure you have been. I mean, a lot of people have been. But like, okay, so may I ask? So if what do you want to have happen in this situation? Like, do you want the kid not to be allowed in public anymore if they'll scream like randomly at a store or something?
If it's a continued type of situation, you need to get that under control, and the public shouldn't have to be annoyed by your child not acting accordingly.
Okay, but it is a public space as well. I do understand what you're saying, though. People shouldn't have to be subjected to that, but also I think that's something we've just come to expect in public, that there are going to be crying children, just like at an airport.
And that's why that needs to be fixed. Just because
so that's you want to get rid of entirely.
Yeah, just because it's expected in public doesn't mean that thing that's expected is right. There was a lot of things in all different type of societies and years that everyone was doing, but doesn't make it right.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely agree with what you're saying. But let's say
So just the excuse that it's in public, so who cares, is not a good excuse for me.
Well, I'm not saying that who cares. I was just giving an example. But say you have like a 6-month-old and they're crying and they're screaming. Is that baby now not allowed in public?
If it's a frequent time, I think they need to figure out what's going on with the child.
Well, a lot of times babies just cry.
Yeah, but there's usually about something. The baby isn't just crying just to cry.
No, sometimes they do. It's a real thing. You can look it up and everything. Sometimes they just cry.
Is this a majority of babies that you want me to look up?
I mean, I'm sure it happens for most. It happens
You're sure?
a few times in probably every infant's life.
Whatever the case may be, if your child constantly cries, that's a problem. But I'm not talking about a 6-month-old. This is not being applied to that.
Okay, so not for infants, just like for like
I said to 3 to 17, because when you're 3 years old to 17, you can comprehend right and wrong. Not to the full extent, but you can have an understanding of what's right and wrong when you're 3 to 17.
How many kids? Okay, so say a kid has like a history of doing things that, like, say they have a history of hitting or like being disrespectful. How many strikes and they're out in your ideal situation?
I wouldn't be able to give you an exact number because I wouldn't count how many times my kid is hitting and stealing. I would just be aware of if it's done a lot of times. Then I would be like, this is a problem. We need to take you out.
Okay, so it just needs to be maybe several times.
I mean, I guess.
Okay. Most kids don't do that. So, I just don't understand. I guess I'm still not understanding, but I don't want to take up. I think someone else wants to talk to you, so I'll just listen and hopefully come to a conclusion about it.
Okay. Well, it looks like she didn't want to come up and talk. She's fucking stupid, bro. She thinks it's 100% permissible for kids to act like this on a rotating basis in public because she feels like the public needs to teach the child how to behave and not the parent. This is ridiculous. Kids have their outbursts.
kids have things, temper tantrums, but it's not even if it happens every time you're in public, but if it's a frequent thing and it gets carried out in public, you need to deal with it inside your house. You need to have your own type of privacy, your own walls that you pay for to realize what's going on with the child and what can be the next step to discipline them or help them in the right way. And she would expect me to put a number on, like, if I see my child hitting themselves or hitting people 7 times, that's when I need to be like, let me pull them away from public. No. If I wouldn't even keep a number in my mind, I would just be like, if maybe it happens the second time or the third, it don't matter. I'm not even keeping it just doesn't matter. I would just be like, wow, that's, yeah. Wouldn't even have to be like a public type of situation either. But these people are sick. Honestly, I don't know if they work with kids before. I think because people are so used to defending, kids, they don't understand, like, they can become a problem too. Like, that wave, I don't even know what would you call that wave, where it was just like people like saying, this is child abuse, that, child abuse, that. People are so used to saying something when something's child abuse. They're so quick to say, oh, this is just child abuse, this is a child abuse, that they forget, like, it's okay for your child, when it's not okay, but sometimes your child would experience some type of mental disorder, but that doesn't mean that you have to pity them. That doesn't mean you have to, pity them, essentially. If your kid is doing something wrong and they be depressed because you're teaching them not to do that, then so fucking be it. They're doing something wrong, you need to correct their behavior. Who cares if they turn depressed? But people are so used to saying mental disorder, child abuse, a million mental disorders. As soon as you get one, like you pitied, you have to receive pity. No, the fuck you don't, especially if you do something wrong. Oh, he's depressed, so you have to pity him. No, I don't. If he shot up a school, I don't have to pity him. Just because you have a mental disorder doesn't mean I have to pity you. Just because you're a child, that doesn't mean I don't think that you can understand right from wrong. That doesn't mean I think you can't behave. I speak from my experience, but from other people's as well. There's been times where I was kept in rooms, because I did something wrong at that moment. That's not, I used to be really scared of the dark, but I'm not anymore. It was just a learning experience. That's all.
Hello?
I'm doing fine. Hello.
What's up, Midnight AI?
Can you speak up, please?
You can't hear me?
No, it's like you're blocking your mic. Are you covering the mic with your hand?
No, is this better?
Okay.
Is it better?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So, so the initial topic is what? Kids don't belong in public? Hello?
Yeah. So, do you know how to read?
What?
Do you know how to read?
Yeah, I said the initial topic to affirm, right? That the kids don't belong in public. So what, can you elaborate?
Hold on, I have to ask you a couple questions before you explain anything, okay?
Go ahead.
Did you read the description yet?
I don't know what to read that. I'm new to this.
Oh, it's like, you see the white thing at the top of the chat?
The white thing.
It says hashtag read me.
Yeah, I see.
Can you just read that real fast, please?
Okay, most kids don't belong in public, not at all. Hating, stealing, screaming, disrespectful, trespassing. Okay.
Okay, great. So most kids, not all, don't belong in public because they're disobedient if they do things like this on a repeat. Like, it's a repeating thing. And I don't feel like other people should be subjected to your child's behavior because they didn't bring that child into the world. So they shouldn't be out in public.
So what do we do with these kids? Do we just like lock them in a basement?
No, you would teach them and then keep them inside the house.
So we are going to restrict kids of going outside and actually connecting with people because kids are prone to making faults and making errors.
This is why I wanted you to read the description.
I've read the description. I
Okay, so
understand it.
again, it's no one else's problem to deal with your disobedient child. So I don't know how you expect a child to socialize with other people when they are a problem.
Okay. Well, what about an adult? What if an adult acts like a kid? What do we do now?
I'm not talking about an adult right now.
It's an analogy, nickname.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with the topic.
It's analogous. This analogy is analogous to the topic we're having right now. So if I make an analogy, it's gonna be analogous to what we're talking about right now. Okay? So just listen. I'm gonna make a hypothetical. Okay? If an adult acts like a kid or like a child, what do we do with this adult? Do we restrict this person from going outside and actually connecting with people in public? Or what is the solution here?
If an adult acts like a child, should we restrict that adult from going in public? Is that the question?
Yes.
I think that person should be in prison.
Okay, you're trolling. I'm not even gonna entertain this. Yeah.
Because it's just like,
I'm gonna just entertain it for the sake of it.
because it's like
okay,
totally okay for an adult to act like a child for some reason. Like that's normal.
Are you being satirical or are you being serious?
Yeah, I'm being 100% serious.
Okay, I'm gonna just entertain this,
So your analogy, you said that will make sense. It doesn't make any sense, and then you want to move on. That's why I didn't want to answer.
Can you tell me the fallacy in my analogy?
Adult and a child have nothing in common. It's not
They
the
have
same.
something in common, and that's being a human. They have eyes,
Okay.
they have ears, they have toes, they have fingers.
I mean actions.
Actions, absolutely they have. Why do you presuppose that a kid can't act like an adult and an adult can't act like a kid?
Well, it's
That's a
going to be less
presupposition.
harsh, I should say, because they're a child.
Pardon?
It's going to be less harsh because they're a child if they do the same action.
Like the punishment on the kid? What are you talking
Yeah.
about? Yeah, of course,
Excuse
because
me.
the kid doesn't have the kid's cognitive abilities aren't developed yet. So if a kid does something bad or something non-logical, kid is not going to get as much of a severe punishment as the adult would. This is
So why
common
don't you
sense,
agree
but
with it again?
I don't agree with the initial statement that kids don't belong in public because in your view, you want to restrict. Hold on.
What?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't agree with the initial statement that kids don't belong in public because it seems like you want to restrict kids from being in public because of these notes that you have, which is hating, stealing, screaming, disrespectful, trespassing. Okay, I mean, are these reasons to restrict kids from connecting with nature and connecting with people?
You would think I put that there for a reason. You would think I would, not just to have it there.
That's why what do you think I named them? I named them for a reason because you put them there. And I'm
Yeah,
naming
but you're
these
like, oh, is this the reason? Yeah, that's why I put it there.
It's a rhetorical question. I don't know why I have to even explain myself.
Yeah, I don't know why I have to either.
You don't have to explain yourself. I asked a rhetorical question.
Yeah, and I was supposed to understand that.
Absolutely.
So you think it's perfectly okay for a child to who not only do it one time, but to do it multiple times, not only inside their house, but in public, you think it's okay to have them out and about, roaming around, to let other people deal with it when that's not their child, because you think they need to socialize. Is that why you're
Yes,
saying that?
humans forever.
I don't care
Humans,
about
right?
that.
Okay, so
Human
can
beings,
you
when they
can
do
you let me
something
make my
wrong,
point?
they have to be controlled. That's why there's laws
Okay.
passed. So just, we're human beings and we need to socialize, doesn't mean even if you do something terrible, that doesn't mean you should be able to socialize with other people.
If I can talk, I can make my point. Okay. See, I already
Okay,
forgot
what's
what
your
you said
point?
because I was gonna say my point, but it's like I
You
already
ain't gonna
forgot.
do it anymore?
No, I dead ass like I can't say that. I'm not gonna cuss.
What'd you say?
I'm gonna get banned. I
Are
said
you
I
going to do
forgot my
it?
point. Can
Oh,
you
you
repeat
forgot
what you
it?
said? Yeah, because you
No.
talked over me. Thank you.
Why, if you were trying to talk about your point, why would I repeat what I said?
Can you just repeat what you said so I can remember my point?
You were talking about, because they're humans and we need to socialize.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm saying that humans do need to socialize to have a good mental health, right? So we isolating a kid is going to be a detriment to that kid's mental health, right? Isolating is not good for a human being because human beings have never operated that way. Humans are social
Oh
creatures that
my
have
God.
to. Okay, if you're gonna talk over me, I don't see a point in engaging it.
I
You
don't
can't even
care. You
engage with
can
my
leave.
points. I mean, yeah, you can't even engage with my points. 1-0.
No, I don't want to. Hello. Do you want to unmute or no?
And then I don't want to talk anymore. I changed my mind. I heard what you said, and
Could you speak up, please?
you just keep countering him with stuff that doesn't make sense. There's no point
There's no point in what?
of discussing things with you.
Then I don't know why you raised your hand. Hello. Do you want to unmute or no?
My bad. I didn't realize I was on mute.
Okay, so weren't you friends with King Julian?
Me and him don't talk no more.
Yeah, because he's older than what you thought he was, right?
What are you going on about?
Oh, maybe you're
Anyways,
different more. You're a different more.
yeah, I'm a
Okay.
different Mort. I'm Mort's older brother.
Oh, okay.
All right. Anyways,
Do you know how to read?
Yes, I know how to read.
Did you read the description while you were waiting?
I have it right here in front of me still. I didn't get rid of it.
Okay, great. So, do you agree or disagree?
I don't agree with that at all. I mean,
Okay,
how I
great.
see it is kids are going to be kids. I mean, whenever they're young, yes, they're going to be brats. And is it right for them to... I understand it could be an inconvenience to people in public, which it is, but being that I have younger siblings and I see how they act in public and the parents need to correct it and they need to fix the way they're standpoint and look at it like they're kids. The kids are gonna be brats. They're gonna be bad. You gotta just correct it while they're young. They don't know any better. Now, if they're older than like, I don't know, say 6, maybe 7, 8, if they're older than that to where they have the mindset to comprehend what they're doing and they know it's wrong, then yeah, the parents need to get control of that. But keeping them out of a public setting isn't gonna fix that. In that case, if you don't believe that, I see that you said most kids, in that case, that should be majority of kids then, because all kids I've ever seen, they're bad in public when they're young. But if you're going to keep them out of being in the public, so that means they're not going to be able to go to school. They're not going to be like, they can't do anything. So how do you expect them to change and realize that what they're doing is wrong in the social settings? Like the other previous guy said, they're human beings. They got to socialize, interact, and see
Look
how
around,
people
everybody on mute.
do what?
Can you just be quiet for a second so I can respond to the things you just said?
I mean, yeah, I guess. Go ahead. Do it.
All right. So these kids that I'm talking about that you've mentioned that are bad, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And most kids you see are bad. and you just excuse their behavior because you feel like they can't comprehend what they're doing. So why in the world would you teach them right and wrong if you think they would never understand that at those ages?
What are you talking about? I never said
For
anything about
two,
excusing it. I never said
for
anything about
two,
excusing it.
for the kids that is in the description who repeatedly hit people, who repeatedly steal, who repeatedly scream, who repeatedly be disrespectful, and who repeatedly enter in places that they shouldn't be in, they should not be in public. That's not right or fair to the people who act accordingly. For the children who act accordingly, that's not fair for kids like that to be out with them, because they would influence those kids to act like that. For two. For three, 6-year-olds can understand to a certain extent right and wrong. Many kids can.
What about autistic kids? How are you
Just
gonna treat autistic kids?
hold on. There are adults who can't even comprehend right and wrong. So what's the excuse for them? There's none. There's not an excuse. If a 6-year-old is more smarter than a 12-year-old chihuahua, I'm pretty sure they can understand that hitting is not okay. Just because you're a child doesn't mean you excuse to be very violent and to be disrespectful. That doesn't happen often. Exactly. You don't know what to say because you're just like, I can't even say the word. I literally can't even say the word because I'm going to get cut, but all right, let's move on. Hello. Hi. So I'm just going to ask you 2 questions before you even ask me anything, just to get it out the way. So, do you know how to read?
Yeah.
Have you read the description?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
So please tell me why you disagree.
Because not all kids are like that, and also, when you're a kid, you learn what's right and wrong throughout your entire childhood. When you're an adult, you understand what's right and wrong, so from your mistakes as a child.
So I specifically read the description because it says most, not all. Most kids don't belong in public, not all.
So why do you think? Well, then why is the title "Kids Don't Belong in Public"?
Because
Also,
I don't.
most kids don't do
All right, let
that.
me answer your question. So I put that title purposely because I don't look at the 18% of kids who actually are good. I look at the majority of kids.
18%.
I look at the majority of kids. So I just put kids, but that's why I added a description so it can be more clearer. So not all, most kids act like that on a repeated basis. And if they're doing that repeatedly, they shouldn't be out affecting everyone else.
Yeah, when do kids have you seen repeatedly kids trespassing, stealing, and screaming? Like the same child doing this multiple times. You've seen that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Alright. I don't believe you. Because I've never seen
Okay.
that before.
So you believe in something that you have to see yourself?
Well,
Yes or no?
I've lived my life.
Yes or
And
no?
yes, I do believe in
Okay.
proof.
So have you ever saw an atom?
Yes, I actually have.
And what kind of atom was this?
No, I don't know, but there was a photo of an atom, like a singular atom. So yeah, I believe atoms are real.
Okay, so have you not a picture in your what is it called, biology class? Have you ever saw an atom?
Yeah, they're all around us.
No, they look like something.
I'm looking around my room right now. I see about 10 trillion.
You've
Yeah.
counted?
Well, I'm estimating.
Okay, but why would it be 10 trillion and not 8?
8 trillion. I don't know. I
Yeah.
was as I said, I was estimating. So
Okay, but why would it not be 20 trillion?
I don't know. It was an estimate. It could be off. You could be right. I could be wrong.
Okay, but atoms, they're really tiny. You can't even see them like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're
Okay.
lying.
How
So
does that
I'm
prove
just
I'm
bringing up
lying?
an example. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. I mean, that is just obvious.
Are you religious?
I don't care about that.
I know. Are
So
you religious?
I'm not answering that. So just
Why not?
because just because you haven't
Why not?
seen a child repeatedly hit, repeatedly scream, repeatedly trespass, repeatedly be disrespectful, doesn't mean those kids don't exist.
Well, it doesn't mean that they're most kids.
Why wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, it just doesn't because you don't have proof of it.
Would it? Okay, well, you're right. I don't have a number scale about how many
You don't
kids.
have evidence of any of this. You're just saying this because you had a bad experience with one person.
I guess that would be evidence, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Wouldn't
but
that be evidence?
is one person most people?
It wasn't just one little person. It was a lot of little people. Do
How
you have
old
any
were they?
evidence? Do you have any evidence of me lying?
I don't have any evidence of you telling
So
the
shut that
truth.
mouth and let's continue.
Okay. You're just being disrespectful because you know I'm right.
Right, I'm being disrespectful, but the whole thing
You
that I'm
just told
talking
me to
about,
shut my
you
mouth.
claim I have no idea, but you're the one who's being respectful, even though you have zero proof.
You don't have proof either.
Of what?
The the kids, the most kids that are, just like bad people. And I know they're not because I've met like a million kids and they're all super nice. And like there's a few
Oh, you
bad
met a
ones
million
that
kids
they learn
before?
to get
What do you
better.
do?
What I do?
What do you
I
do
go
if
to
you're meeting a million kids?
I work at a summer camp.
So a million kids has been to your summer camp and you've lasted all those times.
Not a million kids, but like you know what I'm saying.
Alright, so you're just a professional liar then, because you've been lying this whole time.
How am I lying, bro?
You
Like,
say all these numbers and you're like, oh no, that's not actually. So don't say that.
oh my god, bro. Like, have you never heard of like exaggeration before? Like, come on.
I don't even think
Like
it's close
you're literally.
to 500,000 people who join your camp.
And no
So,
wonder you have negative 16 stars, bro. Like everyone must hate you. It's crazy. No
and aren't you a
friends, no
Christian?
nothing. No, I'm not. I'm an atheist, you idiot.
Oh wow,
God
you sound like a
damn.
Christian. You sound like a Christian thing. Hello. Hello, young child. I'm doing great. Can I ask you just a couple questions before you say anything?
No,
Okay, bye.
I just want to talk.
No, you're not gonna talk if you can't even answer my questions that I ask everyone. What's wrong with you? Hello.
Hi, sorry, I'm gonna clear my throat a lot. I have bad throat. Yeah.
Okay, can I ask you a couple questions before you say anything?
Yeah.
Do you know how to read?
Yes.
Have you read the description?
Hold on. What does that mean?
What does what mean?
Like, why are you listing things that people do?
Because those are bad things that kids do.
Are you trying to
That's
say that like kids are propagating a negative environment for society?
no. I'm saying
But
that
you kids do though.
I was gonna answer.
Oh, sorry. I'll interrupt you. I'm sorry.
What I mean, why I put those things there is I think that most kids do those things on a frequent basis. So if they're doing all those 5 things on a frequent basis, they shouldn't be out in public because it's not the public's problem of something that it didn't bring inside this world. That's the parents' problem.
How old are you, for reference?
I'm not answering that.
Why not? Like, you wouldn't be a case study for that, right? You'd need to.
I'm not answering that.
Can you at least tell me if you're like above or under 20?
I'm not answering that.
Okay. Not a lot of adults usually hide their age. Like, I'm 22, I don't really care because it is not an identifying factor.
I don't care
It's okay if you don't
either.
want to share it, though. I just said it's okay if you don't want to share it, though. Kids don't belong out in public. I disagree.
Why?
Because I feel like an environment for society needs to validate all forms of existence, like children, adults. Like, you need to be able to be social. You can't just stay
So
locked
can
up
you
in a-
repeat that one more time?
Oh, I said through all. Let me try to rephrase. Like, everybody needs to
No,
be
say
social.
the exact thing again.
Well, I
Just
don't
say
know
the-
the exact words I just said.
Why wouldn't you? You said it. You just said it, dude.
Does that change my argument? I'm sorry.
You changed your argument.
No. I'm rephrasing it so it's more understanding or
No,
understandable.
I
for people who
understand. I
didn't
just
hear me.
wanted you to repeat it. Just repeat
Well, the first
exactly
time
what
you
you
didn't
said.
hear me, though, that's what I'm just saying.
No, I did hear you. That's why I wanted you to repeat what you were saying again. So
So you heard me. Could you repeat it for me then?
yes, I can.
Okay.
You said all kinds of human beings need to be out in public to socialize.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know what all human beings would include?
Probably bad people that don't deserve to be out in public.
But why would you say all?
Because do I want those people specifically out in public? No.
So why would you say all?
Because it encompasses more age groups. I wasn't trying to say like
So
every
why
single,
didn't
like,
say that?
bad derelict. Because I was being vague.
Let's stop being vague, okay?
Okay. Everybody who's a good moral person should be out in public.
How is kids doing all those things on a frequent basis good?
I didn't say those. I said only people who are good or moral. Those aren't people who are good.
But
or
you
moral. There's some-
disagree with me and the description I put.
Well, I disagree. Most kids don't belong out in public. I think some kids belong out in public. You say most kids. I don't think it's most kids. I think there are some bad kids, obviously, but I don't mean doesn't
Okay.
mean to generalize the whole age.
Alright, so the kids that fall under these lines, do you think they should be out and about?
Probably not.
Yes or no?
Well, no. If they're doing this
Awesome.
intentionally, then no. But that also isn't most kids. Most kids don't just go out and act like this.
Have you been all over the planet?
No, I've been in 2 countries. I've also been out of my own state.
So how do you know that it's not most?
Well, because I've lived through high school, I've lived through like social awareness. I have my family. I've
So
talked to.
you've been out of high school for almost 5
couple
years, right?
Around this, maybe 4. Maybe
So
5.
you haven't been in a situation for almost 5 years and you think you know.
Well, I'm still out in public. Like, I go out to events. I go out to vacations.
You go to events where kids are at?
Not really, just like out in places that are public.
So
like
not really.
shopping,
So you wouldn't
what else
have
is there
any
really to do?
experience then, sir.
What experience have you had?
So I work in an establishment that has to do with a lot of children that I don't
You're
even get
slurring a
paid.
lot. Are you okay?
Can you please be quiet when I'm
I
explaining your question? So for the people who are listening, because he's not, my experience is working with a lot of children that I don't even get paid to do. So I don't work in a daycare or whatever other job you would have working with kids. But I do come across a lot of children in my job, and all of them act like this.
What's your job specifically?
A waitress.
A waitress. Are you mad that they didn't tip you enough?
Why would I be mad if a child tipped me? Like, they don't got no money.
Well, imagine giving your service and like you're not getting paid out. That's like a lot of waitresses.
What I'm
issues.
mad is a child running up and biting my arm and laughing, and nobody did nothing.
Would
And
you blame the child or the parent though?
Did the parent like ask the child to come up and bite me, or was that the child?
There's neglectful parents if they're allowing or enabling
Did
that
the
behavior.
parent tell the child to bite me on my arm, or was it the child?
Do you understand like psychology of children? When
Are you going to
enabling
answer the
behavior?
question, or are you going to just skip over that?
Well,
And that's the problem.
Parents allow
It's
that
not
behavior by
allow.
enabling-
It's
well,
not
it is, because
allow.
they're allowing that to happen. They're enabling that behavior. It's a common thing with issues
Yeah,
with neglectful
but
parents.
how I look at the situation is if the parent literally went to go tell the child to do that to me. Because if it didn't, then I'm going to look at the child negatively, more negatively than the parent.
Why? The child has no
Because
sense of
because the parent never literally taught the child to do that. The child just is doing that because it just gets away with doing that. But the
when you're
parent,
exactly when you're neglectful of a child,
yeah.
they tend to act
So
out
that's
and
why I
do
would blame
your
the
other
child
things.
more.
But the child has no conscious idea of what they're doing.
It
They're just
100%
doing
did.
stuff to go to
Because
punishment.
why did the child think it was funny if it doesn't know what's going on?
Because nobody cares about it. No one's gonna punish it. If it's not getting punished, it's
If
gonna
nobody
continue to
cares, why would they laugh?
Because nobody's gonna punish them for it. They think it's funny.
I don't laugh at something that I
Well, because you're a cognitive adult, right? You're conscious. You understand that those behaviors have consequences.
Okay, let me
Child's
rephrase
children
that. I've
don't.
never laughed at something that what you said.
Children have no moral compass. They don't understand that their actions cause
They have
negativity or
they
harm
have
towards
some
others.
type of aspect of right and wrong. They
They
might
do,
not
yeah, but, like,
understand
it's
the
neglected in
full
their-
part of it, but they do have some type of understanding of right and wrong. Because if they didn't, then guess what? They'll be dead.
Elaborate. So you're threatening children's lives?
How am I doing that?
What are you talking about? They'll be dead.
If a child didn't know right from wrong, then it would get itself in dangerous situations, which will consist of life and death.
What life and death situations?
Going in the woods.
Children do that often. You know, a lot of them go missing yearly or annually.
I know. Are they found alive or dead?
Most of the time dead.
Okay, exactly my point.
A lot of them go missing.
Yeah, so that's a child not understanding that that's bad, so that's why they died.
Well, yeah, but that's still negligence on the parent. Like, how does a child go free and just somehow get into the forest?
I literally just gave you an example. You always tie back to the parent. Like, I'm so sick of this.
Because it's neglectful parenthood. Like,
No,
those
but
are
the question was,
behaviors
how would they get themselves in life or death situations because they would go in the forest? That's a good one.
I mean,
And you said, yeah, that's
still
true.
the neglectful parents, yeah.
Stop.
Okay, when you learn
Honestly.
to do something, do you learn from like being out and about, or do you learn from your parents?
I learned everything from my parents.
So you learn how to be a person and your morals and your like cognitive reasoning from your parents?
If they didn't allow me to do certain things, yeah.
So if a parent allowed their child to go into the woods and do whatever they wanted and got lost, is that the parent's fault or is that the child's fault?
It's the child's fault.
But the parents let them go out. The parents are
No,
more
the parent
responsible
didn't
for the
watch
child.
them.
That's the point. They're neglectful. That's the parents' fault.
But who stepped out in the forest?
The child who was neglected by their parents.
Okay, so all right. So can you define what you feel like as a child, like the age limit?
Like
How
what a
high
child is?
to you as a 22-year-old? You know,
Are we
what is
talking
the highest
logically?
child? No, what is the highest age of a child to you and the lowest age?
Okay, so before teenhood, which would be around 12 years old, I guess, is like a child, a young
So if you're
child. And then there's
so
still
older than 13 would be like an adult.
no, they'd still be teens. That's a different thing. There's a stage between
Well,
childhood and adult, literally called being a teen. That's why we have 17 to 18.
but I still consider them children.
Okay. You still haven't told me how old you are.
It don't matter. Listen,
I mean, I kind
let
of
me
want to
rephrase
to
it.
right now, honestly.
No, please don't go into that because I don't even want to do nothing right now, okay?
Okay.
So, do you consider 17 a child?
Well, yeah.
Okay. If a 17-year-old boy had a gun and did something to a school, would you blame the parent or the boy?
The parent, because how did they get access to a gun? Why did they have ideas
Oh
to
my
get a
God,
gun?
no, you would blame the 17-year-old.
Well, they had to have gotten those ideas from somewhere. If the parent isn't
Yeah,
watching their
but again, the
child,
parent never literally sat down and taught the child, I'm going to give this to you so you can do something bad to a school. No, the child took that responsibility to do it on its own.
can the child consent
To what?
to anything? Like, can they do?
Depends what state.
It depends what state. Okay, so what's your personal opinion then? Like, what do you think kids should be allowed to do? Are kids
I think
allowed to
kids
own
should
guns?
be allowed to behave.
Are kids allowed to own guns?
No.
Are kids explicitly taught gun laws or safety?
Yeah.
When?
In school?
So
At
kids are taught
home?
about it at home. So they're taught about it at home, right? Let's use that framework. Why did their parents teach their kids about guns?
This is not in every instance.
Okay, but we're using this instance right now, this framework.
Okay. What
Why
are you
did their
asking me?
parents teach them how to use guns?
What?
So if a neglectful parent has a weapon in their house and they know that the kid is like available and has access to it, like potentially,
Yeah.
like they're supposed to keep it locked in a safe, right? But then there's like parents who are neglectful, have their weapons out like without a safe, and those have been some cases that led to school issues. I hope you understand what I'm talking about. Like that's neglectful parenting.
It might be, but it's not 100% the parent's fault at the end of the day.
But it's still partially the parent's fault. And also, why is the child
Yeah,
having
exactly.
if a child is having negative thoughts out and about, like through their social lives, is that
I don't care
is
about
that
the negative thoughts. If you act upon it, then you're terrible.
Okay, how do they know whether to act upon it or not? If they're not acting upon it, then that means they're morally good, right? But if they're acting upon it because they've been neglected.
So let's go back to the example I brung.
Okay.
So the 17-year-old, you said you would blame the parent, correct?
Well, yeah.
So let's send the parent off to jail since you blame them, okay?
They should be sent to jail. I know some cases where parents have been actually sent to jail because of the neglect. It's called neglect. It's a whole crime called neglect. There's also parents that have known that their kid was going to commit these activities and didn't make the correct decision, which was to report them.
Yeah, I'm not denying that, but you think that the parent should go to prison for the child?
Yes, because they had access to a gun to their child, allowed them to take it, and also like there's never
not
like
in every case.
Well, obviously not in every case, but there's like clear signs that there's either mental or emotional distress.
I mean, not
when
in the
a
majority
child-
of cases. Sorry,
Well, yeah,
not in the majority. I'm not talking about nothing unless it's the majority, okay?
The majority, okay.
So I need you to stop talking for a quick second, and I really need you to sit and ponder what you just said. You said a minor, a 17-year-old boy, who went behind their parents' back and went to go get a gun to do something to a school, you think the parent should go to prison for it and the kid should not. Is that what you said?
No, the kid should go to prison too, of course.
That's not what you said.
Well, I didn't include them, but I didn't disclude them either. They should go to jail.
You
too.
did. Actually, hold on. Give me a
No,
second.
the question you asked me was,
Give
should the
me a
parents go to
second.
jail too? And I said yes. When you specifically said the parents should go to jail or not, I said yes. You didn't say, should the child not go to jail? No, if I talk, she'll get mad. She told me to ponder on it. I'm pondering right now. Sorry, chat.
Okay, so I have the voice note of what you said. Do you want to listen or you want to deny?
Yeah, clip it.
What?
Clip it. Like, I want to hear myself.
All right, let's go.
That their kid was going to commit these activities and didn't make the correct decision, which was to report them.
Yeah, I'm not denying that, but you think that the parents should go to prison for the child?
Yes, because they had access to a gun to their child.
So did you just hear what you just said?
Oh, for the child? I didn't hear that part.
No, you did, because you weren't talking.
My bad. Then I retract that statement.
So...
Correct the statement. It's ridiculous.
Do I think the parent should go to jail too? Yeah, obviously. I didn't mean it in like the parent.
Let's stop acting like children don't understand right from wrong. Okay?
Well, of course they do.
Okay, so you want them to know a little bit more? It could be possible, could not be. But at the end of the day, if I bring up a child right now and I ask, is it okay to hit? Is it okay to steal? Is it okay to scream? Is it okay to be disrespectful? Is it okay to trespass? They're going to say no. It's not.
I don't think that's true. And even if they did, it's only children have a good framework of law.
No, they would. And I've asked that question before. They have.
So what child knows the law? Like, what do
We're
you
not
think?
talking about the law.
We were just listing things that are unlawful, right?
Yeah, but you don't have to know the law to know that the things are not right.
So the kid just automatically knows the definitions in terms of like trespassing and assault. Like that it's built into them. They just know what those are.
No, they don't know all of that. They just know it's bad because of those things.
Well, of course they know it's bad, but they're still going to commit.
Okay, but that's my point.
Your point's that these children.
You expect them to know A through Z. They probably only know A through D. They don't know A through Z, but they can still know A, B, C, D.
Yeah, I think these kids understand the moral ambiguity of like committing these acts versus their consequence, because most kids don't really know that because they're being neglected.
There's been plenty of kids that's been trialed as an adult because of their actions. Plenty. So don't bring up this court stuff.
There's some specific cases, but that's not a majority of cases. I thought you said you weren't talking about
Megan, I don't care if you lived or died tomorrow.
Did we not talking about only majorities? That's only a minority of cases. Like 1 in 5 million usually.
How do you pronounce your name?
Mine?
Mm-hmm.
It's broken up into 2 parts. You can call me Memento Mori or just specifically Mori or Memory. I don't really care.
Can I just say what's after it? Like, what's the thing?
Well,
it's like unofficial? Unofficial, right?
Memento Mori or Mori. You can call me either or. I don't care.
No, I don't want to call you those. What's the thing after the underscore? Unofficial.
Yeah, unofficial?
I want to call you unofficial no brain.
Okay.
You need help, honestly.
With what?
Kids.
Why do I need help with kids?
I need you to be in a room with 15 kids that don't know each other. No, I'm going to explain. I want you to be in a room with 15 kids who do not know each other that come from all different regions of America. And you're gonna always come to that conclusion that they're bad.
I feel like you're generalizing them too much.
I can generalize things that are 100% true. I 100% can do that. Hello.
Hello.
So before you ask me anything, or ask you, well, I'm gonna ask you, do you know how to read?
I do, and I have read the description.
Great. So do you agree or disagree with the topic?
I disagree.
Why?
Well, I disagree for a couple of different reasons. If we're talking about in public spaces like parks or sidewalks or grocery stores, those are shared within any person of society other than those who are put in jail or prison. And also, just because a child is misbehaved does not mean that their right to be in public is taken away from them. But we can get into different reasons why I disagree with your claims that you made earlier. But we can start with the fact that just because a child is misbehaved does not mean that their right in public is taken away.
Why doesn't it?
Because your rights are not determined based on, well, as a child, based on if you are behaved as a small child. Like, that's just not how. They aren't earned by good behavior. And the reason we consider this is because children are still learning and developing. And also, I want to ask you a question.
No, we're going to stay right here. We're going to stay right here for a second.
Okay, we can stay right here.
So this just goes back into most people believing that children don't have the cognitive ability to know right and wrong. So when your child, or any child, and you can decide if they go in public or not, if they're exhibiting those behaviors 1 through 5, do you think they should be out in public?
So are we talking about children as in like legally minors, or are we conforming to the ages of 1 through 5 years old?
3 to 17.
3 to 17. So there's a vast difference between a 3-year-old.
I don't
and a
care the
5-year-old.
difference. Just answer the question.
It's extremely it's extremely important because a 3-year-old has extreme cognitive differences than a 17-year-old. And
you don't
if
think I know that?
understand that, then there's no reason to have this
But
conversation.
you generally
because
don't think I don't know that. You honestly think
okay, well, a
I'm comparing
3-year-old's
the two.
prefrontal cortex is completely underdeveloped compared to a 17-year-old. So if you want to get into that, we can. But if you don't want to
I
talk about the
don't.
reasons, okay, well, that's idiotic because
You're gonna get
is a
cut.
child and- Sorry?
You're gonna get cut.
Oh, you're gonna cut me because you don't want to distinguish the difference between a 17-year-old and a 3-year-old.
No, sweetie, I really don't care. No,
There is a
Roblox
massive
is probably
difference
gonna do
between
that because you
17-year-olds.
said something.
No, don't cut me off. There's a massive difference between a 3-year-old and a 17-year-old, and if you don't understand that, then that is stupid.
You're just repeating.
A
So let
3-year-old's
me.
brain-
Oh, you might get cut. You actually might get cut right
A
now.
3-year-old's brain is completely different than a 17-year-old's brain.
Yeah,
And
just keep on
also,
repeating,
the-
repeat, and just
But you're-
repeat the same
the
thing. Like
reason
I
I'm
just
repeating it
didn't
is
hear
because you're not
you.
acknowledging it.
I just
The
said
reason-
you think I don't know that? Did you not hear me say
So
that to
why
you?
aren't we talking about it in the case of this debate? Just because you don't care?
No, I already know there's a difference. The reason why I
So
mentioned
then
those
we have to
ages, if
talk
you would let
about-
me finish, the reason why I said 3 to 17 is because a 3-year-old can get a gist of an understanding between right and wrong. Just like a 17-year-old.
3-year-old's
They
brain
might
is-
not know the full intent as much as a 17-year-old, but they can get a grasp. And that's why I mentioned those ages. But it's
All right,
not
so-
only 17 or 3-year-old,
No, they do
it's
not. All right, so
between.
there's a part of the brain. No. I'm gonna talk, and you're gonna let me talk, and you're not gonna interrupt me. Do you understand?
No, I don't.
Okay, perfect. But I'm still gonna talk, and if you interrupt me, I'll just repeat myself over and over again. So there's a part of the brain called the prefrontal cortex. It helps with impulse
I know what that
decisions.
is. I know what that
That's
is.
perfect. Then let's get into it. It helps with judgment. It helps with understanding.
No, but I
people's
know what it
feelings.
is, though.
Exactly. So you also understand, if you know what it is, and you also understand that it doesn't develop until around your mid-20s. But the reason that's
Oh
important
my
is because
God.
a 17-year-old, so there's a
Oh
part
my
of the brain
God,
called the prefrontal cortex.
Oh,
And
look
if-
at that. You wrote a whole summary. That's so just
Oh,
unintelligent.
I'm talking off the top of my brain. I just know
I'm not
this.
even
This is
talking about
general-
you.
Okay, so
I know this
a
is general
17-year-old
knowledge. Peyton, is your name Peyton?
A 17-year-old's brain
is so much closer than prefrontal cortex. They're part of that
It's
brain. Is so
absolutely
much closer.
not. The frontal lobe,
Yes, it is.
it's not
Oh my
fully
gosh, the
developed
prefrontal
when you're
cortex develops
25.
at
It's between the ages of 25 and 30. Your
Yes, so the
30s.
prefrontal cortex develops
So a
between
7-year-old is nowhere close.
Yes, but it is vastly closer than a 3-year-old.
And just because your frontal lobe is developed doesn't mean since it's developed, you're just incapable of doing terrible decisions
No,
because
it
it's
means that
undeveloped.
you do not have the ability to understand impulses and judgment. And
There are some people who are 25 who have certain mental health disorders and disabilities where they have
Yes,
that,
that's why we
but they
treat
still
them
can't comprehend.
differently. That's why we address people who have mental disorders that do not allow them to control their impulses. But if we are talking about a normal, healthy, developing child,
That wouldn't be normal.
There is a vast difference between a 3-year-old's ability to impulse control and a 17-year-old's ability
We're
to
not
impulse
saying,
control.
I'm not saying that there is not. You're claiming I'm saying that.
Then you cannot judge the fact that if a 17-year-old does wrong and a 3-year-old does wrong, because one, the 17-year-old,
I 100% can. That's why I brought this up.
17-year-old 100% knows right from wrong for the most part. And the reason that
Depends what 17-year-old.
The reason that we have to look at this is because the law holds a 17-year-old to a different standard than a 3-year-old. But also, it is so idiotic to say that a child should not be able to allow to be in public spaces. Because, I mean, what do you want to happen? They just stay home? Like, they're not allowed to go to school? They're not allowed to do anything? Like, what do you want to happen to children who are misbehaved?
To be in their house.
At all times.
No, until they learn how to behave.
So we just lock a child in a room until they learn how to, quote unquote, behave by your standards?
You take away their electronics so they can focus on their
Okay, so no, listen. There's a complete
and you
difference.
explain
There is a
why they're in that
difference
room.
between punishing. There's a difference between disciplining your child for misbehaving in public and completely isolating them from society. And we have to understand this because if we go...
You have to understand and be quiet and never open up your mouth again. Nobody wants to hear you repeat the same thing over and over and over again. You ask me a question, don't allow me to answer it, and then act like why I'm doing the same thing to you. Peyton, I know way more than you do, little girl. I know what a frontal lobe is. I know what most things are. And just because your frontal lobe is developed doesn't mean you are incapable of doing terrible things. Like I said, a 3-year-old can get a gist between right and wrong. Just like a 17-year-old, it might not know the fullest intent, but it can know. That's why I provided those ages for you. What should happen is for, obviously, the child to sit down with the parent, and the parent explains why they're being isolated for as long as it will take until they behave, and all their electronics will be taken away. So the child can sit in their own room and realize, I did something wrong. That's why this is happening to me. Like, what point you don't understand? Jesus Christ. Hello. Do you want to unmute or no? Are you in the bathroom?
No.
Okay, so do you know how to read?
Yes, and I've read the description.
Great. So do you agree or disagree with the topic?
Disagree.
Why?
Children should be allowed in public because public spaces are meant to serve all members of society, and being in those spaces is important for the development.
Okay, what development could it help a child if they're constantly hitting?
Okay, what child is constantly hitting?
Answer my question first.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Obviously, if a child is hitting, it's wrong, right? So the parent should correct that.
That's not the question. What public environment does the child need to be in if it's constantly hitting?
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna give you my evidence, and then we can go from there. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that children regularly spend time in community settings because interacting with different people and environments help develop social skills, communication, emotional regulation, and confidence. Research in developmental psychology shows that children learn appropriate public behavior by practicing it in real-life settings, not by being excluded from them.
Does it state that if the child is hitting, stealing, screaming, disrespectful, and going in places it shouldn't? Did it specifically say those children?
So adults do the same exact thing, and
we're
those
not talking about adults, Megan. Did the article say the kids who deserve to socialize with other people are the kids that I have in the description right now?
Okay, I understand we're talking about kids.
Does it say in that website the kids that I'm specifically talking about, the ones who's consistently hit, steal, screaming, disrespectful, and going places they shouldn't, does it say those kids should be out and about in public?
Absolutely, they should be out about in the public.
Not you. Does the website say it, Megan?
Am I talking about the website, or did I just give you concrete evidence?
I'm asking you. You brought it up.
Yeah, and I'm giving you concrete evidence on why kids should be allowed in public. And if
I'm not talking about kids. We're talking about the kids that are bad, that fall under the 1 to 5 things that I have there.
Okay, these are all kids that we're talking about, right?
Megan.
These are, I'm asking you, these are all kids, every kid
I'm asking you a question and you can't even answer it. So why should I answer yours?
Your question is unclear.
Does the article that you just mentioned specifically say the kids that are hitting, stealing, screaming, being disrespectful, and trespassing over and over again deserves to be in those environments and to socialize? Does it say those kids as well?
Your question is unclear. Specifically is not a word.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you know how to read?
Yes, I do.
Have you read the description?
Yes, I have.
So, do you agree or disagree with the topic?
I disagree.
Why?
Because I feel like everybody deserves to be in public, even kids.
Can you read the description again?
Oh yeah, do you want me to read it out loud? Like to you?
Sure.
Okay. So your description says most kids don't belong in public, not at all. And then you have 5 reasons, which your one reason being hitting, stealing, screaming, disrespectful, and trespassing.
So kids who do those things on a repeat, you think they should belong in public?
You never stated that they did it repeatedly. You just said that in your description.
Okay, well, I'm saying it now.
Well, then it's unclear because you're asking people if they can read, and then you come to them saying that it's repeatedly, but you're not stating that in there. So you're being unclear about what you're talking about.
Well, I'm saying it now. Are you still not getting it?
No, I understand, but you're wrong. You're
Okay,
not
great. So now I'm saying it. So again, do you think they deserve to be in public? Hello,
Yes,
MAGA. All right. So, why? What would that do?
What do you mean?
What would it do for not only the child, but for other people if the child's hitting, stealing, screaming, being disrespectful, and trespassing? What would that do in a good sense for the child and everyone else?
So are we talking like younger kids or older kids? Because
I'm talking about kids.
Okay, but earlier you were stating that older kids are like not the same as younger kids. So you don't make sense.
But they still are minors. They're kids.
So you're not going along with what you said earlier with somebody else.
Okay.
Okay.
Goodbye.
What? What do you mean goodbye?
Hey.
Yes, I can read the description. I've read it. So why'd you kick me the first go round? What was that about?
You just wasn't paying attention or listening.
That makes no sense because I was responding to every question you threw at me. Just because you didn't agree with my answer, I mean, why would you set up an entire debate
I didn't
over
say
a
you weren't
subject that
answering.
you
I said you
picked?
weren't paying attention.
What do you mean paying attention? I was responding to what
Wait,
you were saying, so therefore I had to have been paying attention. Am I wrong?
what's your religion?
What?
What's your religion?
That's not on the topic that we're on right now. Come on, let's go.
No,
Let's
I'm
do
trying to
this.
see
Do
if
this
you were
further.
that one guy. I may be getting you confused. Girl, I
I'm
can
not
hear
that one
you.
guy.
Girl, I can hear you.
That's not. Bro, I can hear you. That's not what we're doing. That's not the
I
topic
can
we're
literally
on.
hear
Come
that
on.
girl. Like,
We're not on that topic. Come on. We're on
are
kids
you
don't
an
belong in
atheist,
public.
right? Were you the
What?
atheist? Were you the atheist or no?
No, that's not the topic we're on. Come on, let's stay on topic. Kids
I
don't belong
know.
in public. Let's go.
Excuse me.
Excuse
Relax.
me. Come on.
What's wrong with you, bro?
You get so mad over your own debate. Come on. Start giving me
I'm not.
questions. Throw 'em at
I'm
me.
trying to see what was wrong with you that I kicked you down.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Oh, maybe, I mean, I was coming at you with some good points, and then, oh, you talk too much. You don't let me talk. When I was quiet, whenever you kicked me, I was quiet.
But you have the same accent. Maybe. Okay. Anyway, so again, why do you disagree? Let me hear it again.
So, I was listening to the past 5 people you were talking to.
Well, that's
And
awesome.
yeah, I guess. Not really. I mean, I can see that you're just, this whole thing, I can just tell you're just doing this for rage bait. But it's working because you've gotten me, you've gotten a couple other people. But it doesn't make any sense. So you genuinely believe that a certain category of kids, going by your description, hitting, stealing, disrespectful, screaming, all that, etc. You genuinely believe that they should not be allowed in public and they need to stay at home.
Is that your little summary of what you got?
Yeah. Come on, answer it.
Okay, so for one, saying that somebody's trying to purposely enrage people when they're the main one getting enraged is kind of an understatement.
I mean,
Okay.
You were the one screaming at people, so.
Yeah, so I was the one getting rage baited because I was the one enraged, right?
No one was rage baiting you, though. We were just giving you facts, and you
So
got mad
why
that
in the
you were
world would I
losing.
be? What facts were you giving me?
I wasn't, because I wasn't on the mic at the time.
Exactly.
That's
So,
why I said they. Everyone else that was before me.
You said we.
Well, yeah, I did say we. I meant they. Sorry, you got me on that. I correct myself.
Okay, so for one, you're being disrespectful. That's probably why I got you down. Because I don't care if I enraged other people. That's what I least care about. I only care about the facts, which you sickly don't ever provide, or anyone else.
Okay.
Okay, so
All right.
stop trying to act like people are trying to purposely enrage other people when they're the main one getting enraged. Nobody has time to be doing that right now.
So
You're
quick
enraging
question.
me.
So, quick question.
What?
What is your definition on disrespectful? Give me that.
You, the literal definition would be you.
Would be me. So, in your words from earlier, from one of your viewers, you said, Megan, I could literally care whether you live or die tomorrow. What, I mean,
Yeah, I don't.
what gave you the need to say that over a chat box reply? Like what?
Because I can do
in
whatever
your
I
mind
want.
thought that was okay?
Because I can do whatever I want.
But a child can't. Oh, wow. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
So, previously you said that you didn't want to specify your age, which all that's all rights to you. So, being that you don't want to specify, I'm just going to assume that you're a child. So I have no proof of that, but that's going to be my assumption.
Okay, you're not about to read me in my own environment. You're not going to do
Nobody's
this.
raid baiting you.
No, I said read me. Do you know what read means?
Well, your accent's very strong, so I don't know what you're saying, to be honest with you.
Okay, reading means that you're not going to sit there and try to be like, telling me about myself that you don't even know.
That's why.
She's going to tell you about yourself and what your religion is.
I guess.
Girl,
I don't
be in
know.
the back,
She
okay?
don't make no sense. So I mean, but
All right.
yeah, I rather not try to read you. But
Guess
whenever we
what?
ask for
I don't
basic
care.
information
I don't
about
care if you or that girl in the back lived or died either. Are you going to get upset?
No, because I mean.
Good.
I
You
could
shouldn't,
really
because
care
I'm a
less.
random stranger. So I guarantee Megan doesn't care. You don't either. So stop bringing stuff up that you don't care about. It's a big waste of time.
So
Don't
you're
you
a
see
random
that?
stranger. So then why does it matter so much about how other strangers' kids are acting in
Because
public?
it's
when
affecting
not
me
you?
too, ding ding balls. Because
So
it's affecting me.
you? How
Absolutely.
often does a kid come up and, you know what, in your description, how often does a kid come up and hit you?
On a 1 to 10, probably a 7.
That's a lie. Okay, stealing.
Okay.
How often does a kid steal from you?
On a 1 to 10, I'll probably say like a.
I'm not asking for a scale rating. I'm asking for how often it happens. A 1 to 7,
Yeah,
that's
you
not.
didn't ask me that. I'm providing it for you, sweetheart. So I'll
Okay,
say a
okay. I'm not your.
5.56.
My God. Oh my God. So screaming. So a child, just for instance, you just go out in public and a child just comes up and screams to you. How many times a day does that happen? That's what I should ask.
How many times a day? It's whenever I'm working. That's the only time
Whenever
I'm
you're
around
working. So
children.
you just have children just come up to you and start screaming at you.
Not at me directly, but just in general.
But you
In
just
place
said
of
while you're
business.
working, and I asked how many
Yeah, and
times a
while I'm
day do they come
working.
up to you, and you said that happens to you at work. And
You
now
said
you're
the hitting.
saying that it doesn't happen to you directly.
You said the
So
hitting
which is
part.
it?
You said the hitting part, bro.
Dude. You're something else, bro.
Yeah,
But,
and you're definitely
all right.
something nothing. You have a nice day, okay?
Laters.
It's a nutball, honestly. Alright, what is the topic? Can you read, Coco? Can you literally read or no? That's something you can't do. This is why I asked if you can read.
Hello?
Hello.
Are you gonna ask me your questions?
No, I already asked you, so what else do you
Okay.
want to say?
I just have why'd you kick me off earlier? Is
Because
the first thing.
Because you were there probably the longest, and you're constantly saying, oh, I don't understand, I don't understand. You weren't saying that when I was. So I just got tired of you.
But I wasn't saying that on the mic.
Okay.
I'm confused.
Here you go
But
with
it's
you're
okay.
confused.
Okay, so can I say something?
Sure.
And you won't interrupt?
Okay.
Okay. So, and I need you to hear me and not kick me, because you kick when people say stuff, and I just don't think that's nice.
Can you please stop with the other people stuff? Like, why do y'all always do that?
Because you shouldn't be rude to other people when they're just trying to have their opinion. Like, you don't want people to
They
be rude
are
to you.
rude to me. That's why I'm rude to them
Exactly. So
back.
why are you going to be rude?
What do you mean exactly? So if they're rude to me, I'm not allowed to be rude back?
You have to be the bigger person in the situation.
No, I don't.
But anyways,
And
it's fine. Can I just say what I have to say?
You absolutely can.
Thank you. So, I just want to say that you are a really nasty and rude person, and ever since I've been on this thing, you cannot take criticism for anything. And
I shouldn't have to take criticism on my own podcast room. I don't have time to hear what you got to say. I don't even know you.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? What do you mean that kids don't belong in public? Like,
Can you read the description, please?
Yeah, I read the description. They don't belong in public because they're being kids.
Since when is being a kid is you hitting all the time?
Most kids don't hit.
Most kids don't know that hitting's wrong.
Most kids know that hitting is wrong and don't do it. Most kids don't steal. Most kids don't hit. Trespassing? You would be mad at a child for trespassing? I'm sorry, but being in public is an important part of socialization, which is an important part
Not
of
for the bad ones.
every
They
kid
already
is
did
bad.
enough socializing. That's
Every
why they
single
can't be
kid
in
is
it no
bad at
more.
some point. That's literally part of being a kid.
Being a part of a kid is being nice, being fun, and just being lively. That has nothing
Yeah,
to do
and
with
kids
being
are
a
also
burden.
kids.
That has nothing to do with being a burden and being literally just rude. That has nothing to do with that.
That's all. Like, first of all, not the kid's fault. Second of all,
It is. If they're doing
literally, if a
that,
kid is rude, you think that's the kid's fault? You think it's the
100%.
child's fault, not the parents?
No, it's not.
You think it's the kid's fault and not the parents?
I just said it.
Okay, so you agree with what I just said.
You
So you
repeated what I
believe
said.
it's the child who's been around for less than, like, whatever, 10 years.
Again,
their
the
fault over
parent,
the parents who are supposed to be raising
the
them.
parent isn't literally deliberately teaching their child, when we get out, you better hit as much people, you better hit me, you better steal, you better be disrespectful. No parent is deliberately teaching their child that. That's the
No,
child
but
doing
a
it.
parent is allowing that to
Yeah,
happen.
no.
A parent is
Okay, yeah, no. So yeah, I
allowing
would
their
blame
child to
the
develop that
child.
way. Right, but we're not talking about hitting or stealing because those are both
No,
things
yes
that
we are, because it's right there. That's what I'm talking about.
Most kids don't do either of those things.
Do you hang around a lot of kids?
I have been around many kids. Yes, I work in childcare. So
Okay,
I mean,
so
if you
how
want to talk
often
about
are you around these kids?
majority of like many times a week. Like, you want to talk about what majority of children are like? Majority of children are not hitting. And maybe once in a while they'll like hit each other as like a fight, right? But that's rare. And majority of children are not stealing unless they
No,
truly
let's
don't
only talk
understand
about your
exactly what they're
experience.
doing.
I'm only talking about your job right now. So have you ever saw a child just continuously hit?
Yeah, but that's not the majority.
Oh no, we're only talking about you right now.
Right.
Have you ever
And
saw
I'm
a
saying,
child?
yes, I have seen that, and I have
Have
seen
you
that
ever
the
saw a
majority
child
of people-
touch things that weren't theirs, like stealing?
Of course.
Have you ever seen children just repeatedly scream for no reason?
That's part of being a kid.
Have you ever heard
That's
of
literally how they express their emotions because they haven't
okay,
been
have
taught
you
how.
ever in the business you work in experienced disrespectfulness, like on a repeated basis,
Of course.
by the same kid?
Of course.
Okay, and have any kids like the same kid just repeatedly being in places it shouldn't be?
What do you mean being in places they shouldn't be?
I mean
Like
exactly what that.
Like moving to an area they're not allowed to be in?
Yeah, trespassing.
I mean, I wouldn't call it trespassing, but sure, yeah. Because that's how they learn. These are all things that, first of all, are not part of
All right, now let me
the
finish
kid's
what I'm
fault,
asking you.
and second of all, are not, like, are just part of, like, learning as a child. That's just
I don't
normal
care.
development.
It's not right.
It's not right for a child to be a child.
It's not right for what you've just said and been witnessed of.
For a child to screw up, that's not okay.
Okay, so you literally, it's the saddest part, you literally just admitted that, and then you still have the nerve to say, oh, that's not all children.
Yeah, admit it. Yeah, first of all, it's not. That doesn't mean it's never happened before. It happens. Sure, it happens sometimes. That doesn't mean that it's majority of children with hitting and stealing. And also, with most of these
She literally just said it though. Isn't that
screaming,
crazy?
being disrespectful, things like that, a lot of those things are not their fault. And also, a lot of them are part of a child's development and learning. If they don't learn, this is an
No, it
area
is
I
not.
go to.
Never met a child who's done all of those things on a repeated basis, ever.
Is this a 1v1 or are we just gonna like have an everybody else and sit for like a long time?
Wouldn't that be a 1v1 though?
Okay. You just need to say yes or no. Anyway, so your reasoning to why you believe that kids should not be in public is because of the crime or some of the crimes that are listed in here, and the disrespectfulness, screaming, all that stuff. You believe that kids shouldn't be in public just solely off of that. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, all right. Out of all those things, which one would you
my
want to talk about for 5 minutes?
I want to talk about all of them.
Okay. Well, out of the one out of the topics, one of those 5 topics, which one? Because I don't got it all day.
Oh, right. Okay. Let's talk about the hitting part.
Okay, hitting. Well, obviously, that wouldn't really justify a kid going outside, not being able to go into public just because, one, hitting is a very common thing. I mean, doesn't make it justifiable to do so. However, we know that children
My point
are not
exactly.
necessarily mentally developed. I mean, your brain doesn't fully develop until 25, and I mean, even
That doesn't
some
mean when you're
people at
25
18.
you're unable to make
Listen.
terrible decisions.
I mean, of course, but I mean, if we're talking about
Okay.
children, especially the
Yeah,
age
we
of
are.
14 or under, or actually, let me ask, what age are you specifically talking about?
Between the ages of 3 and 17.
3 and 17. Okay, well, anybody under 12 is obviously probably like not going to know anything about law, or about how another, maybe not anything, but a lot of them are not going to know as much about how boundaries.
He got cut.
Doing stuff like that is gonna, yeah, I know. How doing stuff like that is gonna be.
Listen.
Because I mean, let's be real.
No,
As a
let me
kid,
just talk.
everybody's gonna be hit.
Let me just
Go
talk for
ahead.
a second. So, being a kid, maybe throwing a temper tantrum here and there, but if you're allowing your kid to constantly throw temper tantrum over not getting things that they want and consistently hitting, that is a problem that needs to be corrected. That's not what every
I'm not
kid
saying
should
that
be
they don't.
able to be doing freely, is whenever they don't get what they want, just hit and scream. Absolutely not. You need to correct that behavior.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with that. Of course, that behavior needs to be corrected. But the main point is that we know that children are more prone to not understanding why that's a bad thing. And I'm not saying that it's not like a thing that needs to be managed, because definitely parents need to be able to control that with their children. But at the same time, we need to understand that kids are not going to be mindful of that stuff. Kids are wanting to have their own childhood, be able to do their own thing, and be able to have their own creativity. Again, that doesn't mean that that's justified, but at the same time, we have to understand that kids are
Alright,
not
I
old
only
enough
care
to
about the justified
understand about
stuff.
that.
I
Okay,
only
so
care
then
if
why are
it's
we debating
justified.
this? Because you're dumb.
Alright, bye. Have a nice party. I don't care if it's whatever you were talking about. It's not justifiable, like the point I've been making.
Yo.
Hello.
Hi.
Do you know how to read?
Yeah, I know how to read.
Have you read the description?
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you disagree or agree?
Wait, hold on. I disagree.
Why?
Because, okay, so you were a kid once, right? Everybody has, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every kid been in public, they've been in parks, they've been in school, they've been in schools, everything like that, right? Under the legal age, you're not allowed to leave the kid unattended for like what you think like is like a long time to like leave a kid out, like leave a kid alone.
For more than like 3 minutes?
3 minutes. Okay. So if you were out in public, right? You had to go do something, right?
Okay.
Would you leave your kid home alone by themselves?
Who was arguing it for that?
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, but in the thing you
What?
said kids don't belong in public. So
I just
my
asked you who said that, and then you were like, "Oh no, no, no," and then you want to ask me.
no, like you just put that as a title. Kids don't belong in public.
I
So
did
I'm
not
asking,
say leave them home alone.
okay, but public, what don't belong in public? What do you think that means? I think she is high. Cause you,
Yeah, higher than you in the IQ.
we can all rise. But anywho, I'm asking you, where would you leave your kid if you had to go do something? Where would you leave your kid?
My kid wouldn't act like this, so I would just take him with me.
No, all kids misbehave.
Not like that.
Well, I'm assuming you did that as a kid.
If I did, it was corrected.
Exactly. So what do you think is the right punishment for that? For all these?
What I just said, they don't belong in public. Staying at home.
Oh, so you're gonna leave them home alone, basically.
I
They
just
don't
said
belong-
not home alone. I just said not home
No.
alone.
Okay, where would you put them then? Where would you keep them at?
This is what I would do. If a child acts like this, right? Not mine, if a child, I would enforce, for one, them to be taken out of the environment, obviously. For the parent to explain why they're being taken out to begin with, and all electronics to be taken away. And until the child comes up and be like, I'm sorry, and explains what they did from no help from the parent, then they can go out. But if they don't have no other understanding, then they shouldn't be out.
But okay, do you know like kids that be on like the spectrum and stuff like that? You know, some of them kids don't know any better, right? Would you do that same thing?
Yeah, I mean, I would try to do a different method.
You know, it takes like a different type of parenting to do that, right?
Okay, but not most kids are autism.
You don't know that though. Well,
no. Oh, here we go. Payout. How am I gonna see my withdrawal? I need to see.
What's so funny? Why can't you unmute? Okay. He got scared. But I'm selling a lot of shit on Depop. It's kind of fucking crazy. Crazy. Oh, the belt is sold. The boosting fee. Okay. A lot of things are sold. I'm just really hyper focused on fucking Depop. I'm just, you know, like really hyper focused on Depop. Oh, here we go.
Hey, what's
Hello.
up, everybody?
Hello.
Hi, what's up?
Nothing.
So I kind of came on here because I wanted to talk to you about this.
Aw. Great.
So when you're saying like in public, do you mean like in public in general, or?
Yeah. Oh, I can't even say read the description.
Oh, yeah, you're struggling, huh?
What?
I just
What
said
are you
you're
talking about?
struggling, huh?
Struggling with what?
I don't know. I can't read the readme.
Yeah, but I'm not struggling.
Oh, okay. Well,
Let's not act like that now.
I was just asking. So, like, I think.
No, it was more like you were mocking, like trying to sickly just be like rude.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Well,
No, I think you're just sensitive, but that's okay. We can continue talking.
Yeah,
So
okay.
I kind of disagree with that. I don't know. I feel like
Well, it's not
kids.
all kids. It's most kids are disobedient and they shouldn't be in public if they are.
Disobedient, that sounds kind of wrong.
No, it doesn't.
And well, I mean, yes, it does. I mean, that's kind of culty, you know? Like,
I knew you were
thing
gonna
is,
come up here
I
and do
respect
this.
that children
You're
sometimes
sick.
have their. Oh, what?
Can we
You were
stop?
speaking.
Can we stop comparing things that you do on a frequent basis to kids? Like, I don't do that. That's disgusting. And I can't believe you just sickly would just compare the two like that. Like, no.
I never compared you to.
You
I
just
compared you
did.
to a
It's
cult.
being disgusting. Like, I would never do that. But
Well, I
okay.
just compared you to a cult because it's the literal definition of a cult.
What's the little definition of being disobedient?
Right, so when you
That means you're not
categorize them as
listening.
disobedient, you're basically categorizing a child as someone who is not allowed to question their quote-unquote
Let me see if this will
leader.
work. Okay.
It didn't work.
So, are you from America?
No.
So, how do you do things in the Europe country that you're in? What do they do to disobedient kids?
We teach them how they are, like, what do you call it? Like, how they are nice to each other, nice to their parents, but there's never, like, a disobedient. We don't call kids disobedient.
Then what else would you call it?
I would call it kids who are acting out. I don't think they're inherently disobedient because I don't think children have the obligation to listen to their parents. I think they should listen to their own thoughts and ideas. And
Where
if
does
we
that
as a
get them?
society, huh?
And where does it get kids listening to their own thoughts and opinions?
Gets pretty good, I'll be honest.
It do?
I mean, we don't have that many kids
Okay.
acting out in public. There's not that many kids crying. At most,
Do
it's in
you
grocery
feel
stores.
comfortable of providing your country?
Feel comfortable with what now? Providing my country?
Like, where's your
I'm from
country?
Denmark.
Where's that?
Scandinavia, the best countries.
What's that? Where's that located?
Oh, do you know where Germany is?
Yeah, I do.
So it's on top of Germany.
Okay. So you're telling me a country that's on top of Germany is talking to their kids, and that's all they do? They just talk
Yes,
to their
it's
kids when they're
called.
being like not acting, when they're acting up. They just talk to their kids, and it helps. Oh wow, that's great. Well, I guess you just probably don't have the same type of situation that's going on in America.
No, you were having issues. I remember. I'm sorry, but
Not me
the
personally.
okay, well,
Just
yeah.
America.
The thing is, I was just gonna say that, like, I mean, I can kind of agree though. I mean, to an extent. I don't know.
And I
don't
really
think we
wish this
should.
description was there so you can get a better, clear understanding.
Maybe you can inform me. You know, I can also listen. I have ears.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, wow. Anyway, I was gonna say that. I mean, I think children should stay home when their parents are like out and
Yeah, like
about
until
doing
they learn how
stuff.
to behave, right?
No, I mean, I think they should still go to school though, like public school and
What's good in
public
public school?
healthcare.
Bullying?
Yeah, I mean, bullying is actually quite good for children.
Not for most.
No, I mean excessive bullying, no, but like learning that everything is sunshine and rainbows, and some people are very, very mean in this world helps a lot of kids realize what it means to be a good person, because it could just be
No,
the
it
opposite of
don't.
that.
Not from school.
I'm sorry, did you go to school? I just noticed you made a grammar mistake. You said no, it don't. It's
Yeah, I make
no,
a
it
lot of
doesn't.
mistakes that school don't teach me.
Yeah, I can tell. That's why the read me is hashtag. Oh, you did it! Congratulations.
Yeah, but this is not what I wanted.
Okay, no, because I can see you don't know about what like words to capitalize. Like, don't also needs an apostrophe. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
Maybe
well,
you
what
need
is
to
wrong
get.
with you? Like, why do you have an attitude? Like, what's wrong with you
No,
right
I mean,
now?
I was just letting you know. If you need someone to like fix it, I'll happily help you. It's just you gotta reach out when you don't know what to do. This is how we talk to kids instead of punishing them for being like
Yeah, but
acting
what's
up.
going on in America, the country that's actually relevant, something that, you know, a lot of people heard
Well,
of?
I don't
There's a
really
lot of
care.
kids running around biting, hitting, stealing. This is a majority of kids, by the way. Being disrespectful, trespassing, and this is just the normal. And it needs to be corrected. They shouldn't be in public.
Well, no, I mean, the thing is, when you're noticing that something in your country is going to shit, maybe you should look to the countries where it doesn't go to shit.
No, I'm going to try to fix my country the best of my ability.
Girl, that is what we're doing, sweetie, but we can get help from other people.
Is there something wrong with you?
No, no,
Do you like men?
no. Yes.
Oh, there is something wrong. What do they do to people like you in your country?
Respect us in general.
No, they
I'd
don't. Don't
say.
even start
I
lying
mean,
right
give us
now.
rights. Huh?
They don't.
Oh, they don't? I don't know. I mean,
How do you
I feel pretty
spell your
respectful.
country's name? How do you spell it?
I can put it in chat. There you go.
Then
sweetie.
oh, okay. No, let me look up something real fast.
You do that, sweetie. It's important to educate oneself. I'm very, not. I
Oh
wouldn't say
wait.
surprised.
Never mind. My bad. I thought it was different because it's a European country.
What about it?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just wish this description was up, honestly.
Yeah, if you could spell, maybe it'll work.
I do know how to spell. Can you read?
I can. It's just,
Okay, what
I
does
don't
it
know,
say?
the current readme?
Yeah.
Right, so I teach children for a living, so I know a lot
What
about
does it
people
say
who have
though?
trouble
Can you just answer the
spelling.
question, please?
Girl, it says most kids don't belong in public, not at all.
Alright, so you get what I'm saying no matter if one letter is bigger than the
Yes.
other? You
No, this is a
understand. Oh, that's
question.
awesome.
Yes, because
I
I just told
expected
you,
you to.
I teach young children for a living. Like, I
Oh,
know
you
where this
do? What do you
goes.
teach young children to do?
I teach them to do math, to do chemistry, to do
So you work with children. Are
biology.
you a teacher?
No, I'm a tutor. I also teach them social skills, and in often cases, I also teach them how to behave and be nice. But it's never done through discipline. It's done through actual conversation, and it's done through setting an
Do you
example.
actually think that child's gonna listen to their tutor? Like, come on.
Well, yeah, they do. So I don't know what you think is
Oh
funny, 'cause
my.
they do.
Do you think you really think so? Really?
Yeah, I mean, I've had parents come over to me
Yeah, that's
after
the
I'm
part.
done
Okay.
with their children's, tutoring programs, and they'll be like, "Wow, you really helped my child. Thank you so much."
Yeah,
He's
like
suddenly
in
talking to other
math, but
kids, and
like
he
not their
has friends.
behavior, because you don't
I
get paid to do that.
wait, so you don't listen, but that's okay. I guess have your own narrative then.
Okay, so if a kid is hitting, what do you think, like on a repeating basis, like what do you think should happen? to the
I
child.
think we should sit down, have a talk with the child, and let them know you can't do that.
So you think a child that's repeatedly hitting, having a sit down chat with them is going to correct their behavior?
Yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You don't think that's been done before?
Maybe not properly. There's a lot of psychological things you need to consider when you're helping a child acting out. So the issue is that the kid in and of itself is not the issue. The issue is something else. And we need to figure out what that root cause is. And when we
No,
fix
we
that
don't.
root cause... Oh, okay. You just don't like to listen, huh?
What do you
Is
mean?
this how all Americans act? Because I feel like this happens quite often when I join this game.
It's not. They don't want to listen to you because. I mean, never mind. I am listening though. It's just not. You're saying is not true.
I'm sorry, I came with an anecdote and you discarded my anecdote. I mean,
So, do you like therapy?
yes.
So, what is therapy gonna do? Like, how? Like, all they do is just listen to your problems, and give you. So, like, not even solutions, just give you advice. But not every advice will work, especially if they're getting
Do you know
paid
what?
$4,000
Do you
per
know what?
session.
Do you know what you do in therapy? Do you know what like a therapist does with you when you go to
Yeah, of
therapy?
course I do.
They don't. They don't just give you advice. They don't go, "Oh, maybe you should do this."
They
They
100%
give you
do. What are you talking about?
no. So they give you help in which
They
you can
do. You're
use
right. They do
certain
that.
exercises to help
Isn't that not advice?
determine the root
Oh, it's
cause of
not.
your problem and then figure it out on your own. Therapists are
That's
not
literally
there to
advice,
tell you
dude.
what to do. They're there to give you not advice. They're there to give you programs and like suggestions
Advice.
as
Yep.
to how
Advice. Yep.
you
Just
can.
advice. Yep. Therapists will find out the cause, but it won't help the solution.
No, so they don't find the cause. They help children figure out what the cause is, and then children themselves will realize what they
I
need
don't
to
think
do.
children will get a grasp of exactly what they're talking about.
I don't care what you think. The data is showing that children do. So I don't really care what your thoughts are here. This is facts over feelings. Sorry. Empirical data is more important than how you think and how you feel.
And how do you think people get that data? From a thought just
By
like mine.
giving this treatment to
From a thought
children
just like
and
mine.
seeing
Okay?
No, data isn't thoughts. Data is actual data. We
No, but
have
how do you think the
children
data
who
was
have
even processed because of
undergone this
thoughts
sort
like
of
mine?
treatment from therapy sessions and have become better afterwards.
You're sickly not
That's
getting the
empirical
point.
data.
You're sickly not getting the point.
What's the point
If
then?
my list was here, if a child's repeatedly hitting, stealing, breaking, biting, all that stuff on a rotation, especially when they're out in public, they should not be out in public. And a therapist can't help that situation. It's up to the parent.
Data shows that they can.
What data? From Denmark?
No, from therapists all over the world who will all agree that the best way to treat a child who is acting out is by talking to them and helping them figure out what the root cause of it is and how they can deal with it in the future.
Are you speaking from experience?
No, I'm speaking from facts. I actually, for one, I wanted to study psychology for a bit, but
Yeah, of
I didn't
course.
really feel like it in the end, so I decided to take pharmacy instead. And I do like pills, but
Right.
like Breaking Bad, I guess. But the idea being that we can show very easily if you pull up the World Wide Web and do a quick Google search, you can find countless articles and countless studies done on how children's behaviors are mitigated to be more like nice. And I'll tell you one thing: it's not by excluding them from society.
All right, let me give you an example of what this sounds like to me, okay? Okay?
Yeah,
Hello?
I'm waiting.
Okay, so this sounds like, for example, do you know who Jeffrey Dahmer is?
Yes.
So he has multiple interviews after his arrest of getting to the bottom of what's wrong with him. And when people still figure that out, guess what he said at the end of all those interviews? If I got out of prison, I would do it again. So just because you figure out why doesn't mean it's going to stop.
Girl,
Period.
Jeffrey Dahmer is an adult.
No, it's the same instance though.
No, but Jeffrey Dahmer is an adult.
It don't
I
matter
don't
if he's an
care.
adult or
You
not. I
can't
can use this
use
to a
an
million.
adult.
Alright,
You
fine.
can't
We'll use
an
not an adult. We'll
and
use a
use the
child.
treatment. You can't use children's treatment on adults and expect the same
Well, this
result.
started when he was a child though, when he was a minor.
Right, and he didn't get therapy.
Okay.
when he was a minor.
An interview is not therapy. A therapist,
treatment.
all they do is just talk to you, and trying to figure out what's wrong with you in quotations.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Anyone can do that.
Girl, I mean, I really was trying to have a nice conversation with you, but you seem kind of uneducated, and you
Just
seem like
like
you don't
you.
really want to find education. That's probably your.
No, I already have the education, but you feel like it's not good enough because you apparently are this
thing is, when I
tutor
tell
thing that you think
that you're
you
able to
actually do
Google
wonders, but
search
you
to
actually
prove
do
my
not.
point, you decide to go against that, and you don't want to hear empirical
I
facts because
I
you have
literally
a
just
single
said what it sounds
case
like to
where you
me.
think that you got
So
this all right because you know Jeffrey Dahmer, and
I
that is
know
just
of
like
him.
the big deal that you got going on, so that you can disprove
Oh,
the
okay.
point that empirical data is showing. Listen up. You gotta go look up on Google how we deal with kids who act out in therapy and
In
see the
Denmark.
results of how it works. Not in Denmark, girl. It's national. You have the same things in every single therapy
Okay, if
session
they're
as
dealing
they
with
do in
kids, why
America.
they're not dealing with the kids that have problems today? I'm confusion.
They do.
They don't.
You, girl, go look it up. Literally, it's the World Wide Web for a reason.
Okay, they can do the research, but they don't
There's
apply it to
literal
every single
AI.
kid who
It's gonna
does
take you
this,
2
and they need
seconds to
to.
figure it out.
If so.
Girl, literally, why are you sitting here and talking when you don't know anything about it? Go look it up. Use AI. I don't care. Just get sources.
Okay,
you
so
can
what
look
exactly do you figure I should look up?
So go on any sort of Google platform. Look up how does therapy deal
Can you type it?
with children who act out?
Can you type it out?
Okay, wow, yes. How does therapy deal with children who act out? And when you've received the answer, you can
Can you be
ask
quiet for just a
again
second?
the World Wide Web. Yeah, I'm helping you real quick.
Yeah, you're just repeating the same thing. I already heard you. Oh, is this another website?
No. You can then look up how successful is this method. So these are the 2 questions you should ask yourself before you start a debate about how therapy doesn't work. Because you don't know whether
I
or
wasn't
not it
debating
works when
about
you
that
don't even know what the
exactly.
method is. So this is what we call educating yourself. It's called critical thinking.
Excuse me. Don't be disrespectful.
I'm not. I'm just teaching you. I'm a
Like, girl,
tutor
you
after
can.
all.
First of all, someone like you can never educate me. Sorry, and it's not because you like
Like, if you're a
men.
big challenge or what? What's the issue?
So, what did you say to the answer to both of those questions?
To what?
What did you say to answer both of those questions?
What do you mean?
Like, what was the answer? Like, did you answer? Okay, what was the answer?
So,
Do you remember?
the therapy we use to deal with children who act out is helping them figure out what their root cause for their behavior is, how their behavior affects other people, and what they can do to revert that behavior to get a positive sense of self and sense of others. How successful is the method? Vary. That's my answer.
Okay, well, it partially does something, but it partially doesn't.
Okay, well, let me know what you're reading then, Queen. Let me know what you're thinking about.
So I'm not just talking about any type of kid. I was being more specific about the breaking, the stealing, the hitting, and the trespassing on a frequent basis kind of kids. So not the kids that have like a little bit of problems, the kids that have a lot of problems. So I searched that up in particular, and it says some have effects and some doesn't. Some can reduce some the delinquent behavior. Yeah.
Right, so when you get some and some, it's a good idea to look up the percentage of
Oh, yeah,
children
you're
who
right.
are helped and children who aren't helped.
Okay, it says there isn't one single percentage. Exactly. I should have known that. I should have known.
Fair. But then we don't really have much empirical data on that.
Exactly. You're right. We don't. And I knew that, but I just wanted you to say it out your own mouth. Bless you.
No, I'm not sneezing, I'm laughing.
So I'm glad that I educated you on the basic stuff that there's not really, let me finish. There's not enough data. Hold on. There's not enough data on a percentage of these kind of kids because it's seen as normal and common for kids to act this kind of disobedience, the ones that I'm talking about. So people don't want to do their research on things that they see as normal and common. Do you understand? No, don't even look nothing up. It's going to say the same thing.
Right, but I might be a little bit better at finding actual information than you are. I was the one helping.
First of all, when my manager's doing it, it's speedy and quick, and it's reliable. 100%. What do you want, Vaseline?
So it is PCIT and CDC, which are the ones that are being used for these children. It's very successful.
We're not talking about any type of children, like I specifically said to you. That's why I wanted the description so badly.
Right, I already told you, it's for young children who bite, hit, and kick.
And disrespect, and steal, break things, and trespass. Right? Those things too, right?
I'll put that on there then. I'll put that on that
What
list.
what age range are you talking about?
3 to 17.
3 to 17?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, I have an exact percentage here.
For
Therapy
what
for
I'm
children exhibiting severe externalizing behaviors such as biting, hitting, stealing, and trespassing is highly successful when utilizing evidence-based
lies. Okay, give me the copy and paste for that.
Let me see, girl. I gave you a percentage now. Often yielding a 60% or greater reduction in aggressive and rule-breaking behaviors.
Okay, can you copy and paste
I just
that?
gave you a percentage that you weren't able to find because I might be a bit better at this, but
Okay.
basically suggesting.
Can you give me a copy and paste, please? Yeah.
I'll happily do that. Give me a second. I'm looking at these sources that I pulled up.
Oh, why would you have to look up anything else? I thought it's right there in front of your face.
It is. It is. It is. It's an
So what are you
overview. So I'm
doing?
putting up the real articles. I'm putting up the stuff.
No, I just want the copy and paste of what you exactly just said, not the whole article. See, this is exactly why.
Okay, here. So this is a clinical research abstract.
Just copy and
It says
paste it in the chat, please.
A 2023 meta-analysis of 28 studies found that cognitive behavioral therapy for conduct disorder reduced aggressive behavior by 60% compared to waitlist controls. Improvements lasted at least 12 months after treatment ended. They have 8 out of 10 families report fewer school suspensions within 3 months, better sibling relations by mid-program, and sustained rule following 6 months post-treatment.
Awesome. I would love to see that
Yeah.
if I would think
This
that would
is-
be real.
Yeah, this is Catabam's Child Development Center.
Can't you type it in the chat?
Happily. Give me a second.
Oh
This
my
is.
God.
And it's what I say, the exact 60% you were talking about, correct?
No, if I can say the link. If you search up, let me figure out. So it has. What's the name of it? It's this one. Can I copy the name of it? Bro, I swear to God. Sometimes these overviews are hard to. Oh, there you go. If you look up what I'm about to type in chat, you will find it. There we go. It's an article by Catabam's Child Development Center, and if you scroll down to the point where it says evidence and success rates, you'll find the critical research abstracts, which is the title under which it says what I just read out loud.
And does it describe what method they use?
Yeah, so that's why it's the cognitive behavioral therapy for conduct disorder.
Okay, but what method do they use?
The cognitive behavioral therapy.
But what would that be? Would it be on the
Okay,
website?
so it's a form of talking therapy, which connects how we feel, think, and act.
So talking?
It's about helping people find and change negative thought patterns into more healthy thought patterns.
If only that really did work. Let's see.
It's about our thoughts create our feelings and actions, not our
You would think it would, wouldn't you? You would think that would do that.
It would do what?
Exactly.
Or we have literal proof right here to suggest that yes, it does work in 60 or more cases. Let me
But
open
are
up
you
these
just
other
referring
ones
to
I have open
disorders?
here. No, it's not disorders. It's about disorderly conduct. AKA children breaking rules, getting suspended quite often, and sometimes even breaking the law. That's
But
disorderly
usually there's
conduct.
underlying issues, so what do they do?
Right, that's
Therapy?
the whole point. That's why I'm trying to tell her that if we go to therapy, if we take these children to get help, they will be helped. It's that simple.
No, 100%. I mean, from society-wise, without all the studies, most kids, I don't think acting out is that bad because again, you're a kid, you're learning, you learn from your
Oh, we're
mistakes,
talking
but
about
once
like
you,
children breaking the law and like
yeah,
biting each other and stuff.
I'm not doing not all that obviously, but making mistakes again, because once they turn 18, they can't make those mistakes again.
But that's why
You
we're
get what I
helping these
mean?
children figure it out.
So if you want an obedient kid that doesn't do nothing and whatever, that's on you, but we're humans, you know what I mean? If you could find that, if there's a kid like that that's never made a mistake,
I'm pretty sure there's also empirical data on like children who are very obedient being less self-sustainable in the future.
yeah. Yeah, they're usually not independent. But let's say for the owner, have you, when you were younger, do you remember, have you ever acted out? Be honest.
Yes.
In what ways? At least in school settings, not at home.
Fight.
Fights, yes.
I love that she uses one-syllable words to answer. But anyway.
And I would love if you.
Girl, I want you to concede the fact that therapy helps these children, and we should use therapy instead of the method you're talking about. Instead of calling it disobedience, we call it acting out, or we call it disorderly conduct, but we don't call it disobedience, because children don't need to be obedient. And these clinical trials show exactly just that. That simply by talking with these kids and helping them develop a more positive way of thinking, we can very easily show that they turn out better and stop doing the disorderly conduct in which you described to be the problem.
No, I will not. Because yet again, usually when kids act out such a way, talking is not the case. That's why your percentage was not even close to 100%. And when I was asking some of researching about the thing you just said, it says that just talking it out isn't the only thing that they would use to help these children who act out like I've explained.
Prove your own point. Prove your own point. You just
100%.
Yeah.
Kids
So, my
100%
point
need
is,
help, but I'm not saying talking isn't just the method I would use. It would be the method, but it wouldn't be the only method I would be using, or anyone should be using when they have a child like this.
What would you use then?
So if a child was acting like this, not mine, of course, what you would do is remove them from the setting, explain to them what they did wrong, make them say, yes, I understand, then take them to their room, lock the door, and... No, I'm joking. I was joking. No, you take them to their room, you take all their electronics, and you keep them in the room for a good, like an hour and a half, until they come to you and say, I did something wrong. But if they don't do that, it's going to continue and continue, and you're going to teach until they learn. That's simple.
I mean, I work with kids personally.
Oh wait.
Of course you
I'm
do.
sorry. Is
Oh.
that? Wait. I'm sorry. Midnight. Is that? Do you have any data
But
to
I
suggest
like,
it's working? 'Cause I
I'm
have a lot of
interested
data
in
to suggest it's
education, and I've been working at summer camps for like 3 years now.
Here we go with the
doing
summer
management.
camp, bro.
Huh?
Girl.
Here we go with the
Bro,
summer
midnight.
camp.
Okay, what's wrong with this? What do you mean?
What's not wrong with a summer camp?
Wait,
I mean,
guys, we
there is
can't
a
be
lot of things
anecdotal when
wrong.
we're talking about these things because every
Yes,
child
we
is different.
100%
We
can,
need to
because not
look.
every
We need
experience
to
is
look.
documented and
We
have
need to
research upon it.
look. No, we need
Can
to
you
look
please
into
be
the
quiet for a
data.
second?
I have data to suggest
How
you're
we're supposed to
wrong.
listen to you, but you sickly can't even listen to us or me?
Well, I did listen to you, and I
No,
got
you
an
didn't.
article here that says you're
Not
wrong.
everything
That
can
this
be
is very
researched, and
harm
not
the
everything that's
child.
researched is 100%
You
accurate.
can.
And a
Can you just take
60%
this
is
into
not a whole big of a
consideration?
percentage. I'll tell you that.
It's so like we trying to debate, guys.
Exactly.
Empirical data
No,
to suggest
both
that
of
We
you're
know
y'all
what you
listen.
have. You've been saying it for like, I don't know, like 6 minutes?
So I have a study from the National Institute of Health that shows that when we isolate the kids by taking them away from the situation, we only stop the disruption right there. But the long-term isolation worsens social skills, increases anxiety,
And tell me how
leads
long would they
changes
receive
to
a mental
behavior
disorder for being
habits.
isolated for? 6 to 2 years, right? Doesn't it say that?
Huh?
You said they will face problems because they're being isolated, but those problems will only persist if it will consist of 6 months to 2 years. That's what it says on there. I know what it says. Someone brought this up earlier.
Because it doesn't say that.
It doesn't? It doesn't say the exact amount of the time the child will be isolated for it to have those kind of side effects?
Give me a second because I'm figuring it out. But it definitely does
Exactly.
not say that it needs to be
That
4
should have been the
months
first
to
thing
be
out of your mouth.
What I am being suggested by reading this right here is that it is
You're being
simply
suggested
that
by
if we do
who?
these things long term, if we use the same treatment every single time, they'll learn to associate isolation.
But usually when they're putting out these disorders left and right, they will say, how much time will it take?
This is what I'm reading out, you know. I'm just telling
I don't care what you're reading out. Just tell me how much it will take. Cause an hour and 30 minutes is not going to turn that child. Oh my goodness, it's been isolated. They don't know what to do anymore.
Oh my god.
And it shouldn't even take that long anyways for a child to know that I did something wrong and I won't do it again. Like what?
Again, like these studies are nice and everything, but in the practical world, I'm sorry, kids with disorders, you cannot fix them. You can only manage it
Clock
and
that
help
T.
them. That's
Clock that
it.
T.
You can only
Clock
do
that
that.
T. Vaseline. Yup.
It's not help. You know what I mean? I've worked with
Right.
many kids like
Exactly.
that. ADHD, autism, you name it. Okay, and some of them
Mhm.
are very aggressive, but you can only manage it. Every day's every day's a different story. Sometimes they'll be nice one day. Sometimes they'll act out. You never know.
Oh,
You get what I
wait.
mean?
Okay. So
Yeah, I
I get what you're
do.
saying.
Oh, now
I
he
get what
gets
you're
I don't know
it.
why
saying
you
here,
keep
but the
bringing up
thing is that when
statistics.
we're
They're all
talking,
good.
Exactly.
we
Like, what's
need
wrong
to
with this
have
I'm
guy?
sorry. You think I go to work and I use statistics?
Oh.
No shade.
Girl, we're not. Oh my goodness, you
I'm
guys are
being
ignorant.
honest.
Like,
No, you're
nobody
ignorant.
does that. He just wants to act like he
You're
has a
honestly
degree.
ignorant. The
Do you
whole
think
point is
I'm
we
not
can't
being ignorant? What
debate
do you
about
mean?
how we look at the world and perceive it. Because
Again,
yes,
I'm
I'm
not a
gonna agree with you. There
therapist.
are children who have trouble with it
I
and
do
who
know
don't
that,
get
and
Yeah,
I
help
but
do
not
because
research
everything
them
is
very,
research, and not
and I do
everything
care
that's
for them
documented is
very
100%
deeply.
but
And then
correct.
no, but
to
this
choose,
is research. But this is research, and I have the
but you
research to
keep
prove it right
bringing up only
here. They say
research.
that
But your
they say
resources is leaving out very important things.
no. So I'm just telling you that I just found out that the thing is we call it long term. What's it called? What let me look at long term isolation when it's
Yeah, long
above
term.
for 4-year-olds. It's for 4-year-olds. It's above 4 minutes. For 8-year-olds, it's above
Oh
8 minutes.
my god. Hold on, let me look that up. Because this is, I literally, like, so a 4-year-old, if they're 4 minutes away alone, they're gonna receive some type of serious detrimental mental health?
Yeah.
Really? That's what
If
it
it's
says.
long term, so that if we're talking about doing this treatment multiple times for this child, it's not going to help them. They don't need long to calm down. They need a few minutes, and then they'll calm down. And
No,
you can
it's
take
not
them
about
back to
calming
their
down.
place.
That's not that.
That is exactly
So
what's
you're
about.
telling me just because based on this study, I can't put one of the kids if they acting out on timeout
No,
for
no,
more
no.
than
I
10
trust
minutes if
you
they're
to
5 years old?
know what is best for the
Exactly.
child.
Why
Like,
am I
I'm telling
gonna
what?
you. I'm
like
telling
what?
you that that doesn't work for
Again,
most
every
children.
kid
So
is
when we're
different.
applying it to a general thing, so
To put
we're
little
not talking
kids
about the
on a
children you
scale,
have.
no
We're not
shade.
talking
That's
about
not
the
how it
children you
works.
have. We're not
That's
talking about
not
the
how it
children you
Exactly.
works.
have. We're not talking
Some
about the
kids need
children you
more time.
have.
There's some
We're
kids
not
I
talking about the
literally have
children
to
you
take them
have. We're
away
talking
for an
about children
hour.
in general.
I
And
literally
when we're
know.
talking about
Sorry, can I
children,
speak?
we
Exactly.
can't
Can I
think
speak?
about
Yup.
Can I
we
speak for a
can't
second? You
girl,
keep
can
over
I speak?
speaking.
I'm
That's the
telling
no
you,
no no no
we're
no.
not
That's the
talking about
problem with
children in
you.
general.
I thought it was her honestly, but it's you. Let me speak. You keep saying girl with your back top. I don't. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
okay.
Because he was annoying. He was doing
Yeah.
way too much.
I mean,
Because
he doesn't
again,
even
what?
work with kids like that. I don't understand where is he getting this from? Just
Again, like he keeps coming with
data?
statistics. Like I do agree that kids with, you know what I mean, because I do work with them, kids with special needs and different type of stuff, they need a little bit more care and stuff.
Right.
Um, but for him to keep bringing up statistics and telling me you got to do this, you got to do like what? What are you talking about?
Right.
Do you even
Yeah.
do you even have siblings even for you to be talking?
I don't
Or your
know. He lives
siblings
in
talking
Denmark.
over you? He was doing too much. He was doing too much. But like basically what's the argument? Let me talk with you. We're gonna have a demure conversation,
Yeah.
not like him. We're gonna have something
Well,
more
I was
chill.
just my description that's not coming up, which it would say most kids don't belong in public, not all. If they consistently hit, consistently break things, trespass, steal, bite, and just be disobedient, they should not be out in public.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
that's
would say
it.
they would, if they were to go to public, they would have to have someone who to supervise them, especially if they have like autism or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of
Just to have
course.
them there,
But there's
because
some
you can
people
still
with
go into
severe.
public, obviously,
Yeah.
but at the end of the day, you shouldn't. Sorry, I'm getting warnings. Let me stop saying words. Let me not saying crazy words, but yeah, like to watch them and like make sure they're good. Because again, why are you going out without your kid, anyways? You know what I mean? Some people would just be letting their kids out to go
Yeah.
play and go do whatever. You know what I mean? Sometimes too much. Some people they lock their kids out. They just like go play. I don't want to see you till like 9 p.m. I know people like that.
Yeah.
I've seen parents like that. They like generally don't care.
And that's the problem.
Genuinely.
But they shouldn't
That's
make the public race their kids because they don't want to handle their kids. That's not fair because those people didn't have the kid. You did.
Yeah.
So if you feel like you can't take care of it, then keep them inside your house.
Like I've worked at different camps. I've noticed, especially when I worked in a low income one near me, I felt like more like everybody there, we had to be star role models, as in we were the only outlets for these kids because everybody else in their life was like just horrible. And it really made me sad. You know what I mean? It just makes you kind
Yeah.
of sad and stuff. It's like, wow. You know, just seeing that, it's like, wow. And some of the kids, like, even I can make as many excuses for them, but they were, ooh,
Yeah.
each one of them. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Each one of them had some like either personal problems at home.
I can
Problems.
believe
was
it. Yep.
It was just insane. I mean, but you know, we're all like different and diverse, whatever. But like, wow. But I might just say it's the new generation. That's what I always blame it on. I'm just like these Gen Alphas. I don't know what's up with them. These like 2020 babies.
Honestly.
What
I
is
know
up?
what's wrong with them though, but that's a different
It's the
story.
tablets.
No, it's not
But
just the tablets. It's just
but
people are
even
so used to canceling that they forget like there still needs to be discipline in place.
wake it up. I actually believe in discipline. I'm not even gonna argue on that. I believe in discipline.
Right. Not like full out abuse, but
No shade.
right.
There's
Yep.
shade. But if there's no discipline in place, you're gonna have a kid calling the law all the time. I have rights. I'm independent. I'm freedom. No, you live under my roof. You know what I mean?
Right.
My rules, my roof. Wake it up. But yeah,
Absolutely.
I don't know. A lot of these they got too much freedom.
Honestly. I mean, why are you so scared to discipline your child? I don't even know if it's scared. It's just they just rather not. I don't understand that. But Hidden, why did you say this is rage bait? You just joined and that's the first thing you type. And then you don't want to unmute. The title.
I'm not unmuting. Why?
Right.
What's wrong?
I'm not talking to y'all,
y'all.
but you're typing, girl.
What we do? I ain't do nothing.
I think she's scared. Possibly.
What's with the attitude with y'all? Like the last guy
Honestly,
he had attitude, we just can't have a conversation.
I guess not. The guy with the two, yeah. Hello.
Yo.
Do you know how to read?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so do you disagree with the prompt in the description?
Let's see. Most kids do. Yeah, well, it depends on like how well behaved the child is. Like if it's a child's like causing, like, I guess I don't know.
A disobeying disturbance? Is that what you meant to say?
Like a massive disturbance. Then yeah, like punish the child and like take it home and put it in out.
Exactly. Exactly on point. I'm glad that there's somebody out like you that exists.
But like if the child's acting good, then yeah, they can go out in public. But
Right.
Y'all acting like the kids are born bad.
But if your
Who said
kid
that?
constantly hits, constantly steals, constantly break things on purpose and goes to places it shouldn't be at, why would you let it in public?
You should supervise your kids.
Exactly. Okay, so let's
Especially if they're young. You know what I mean? leaving your kids to you know what I mean, have all that independence, do
Right, and
everything
leaving
by themselves
your
is
oldest kid to take care of your youngest kid is not good either.
a
Okay,
lot of kids have different intersecting. They either have a disorder, they have problems at
exactly.
home,
What's wrong with
they're
that?
getting bullied, and you know that affects the kids, so they start acting out. Again, I'm not blaming them, but their actions are just, you know what I mean? You gotta have order.
Right. I've seen kids get influenced by other kids,
And just
and
because you think you would be the
yeah,
best parent in the world, I'm sorry, you're gonna have some problems with your kid, whether you like it or not. There's gonna be some problems.
right. There's no shame in telling a kid that you're nasty and you need to cut it out. Period. Nobody's talking about that. Girl, you weren't even talking. So do you guys have any more points before you know? Ladies. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any more points you would like to say?
Not really.
Yeah.
So this is great that we can finally have people who semi-agree with me instead of being rude and disappointing. Period.
What's your point?
My point is that I have to drive my car to Delaware real fast. Well, not my car, but someone else's car. That's it of this topic. Okay. Oh my god, I set up too fast. Control your kid before the public controls